Hi, Roland.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Recording in progress.
You guys ready to go? We have spirits in the house tonight? Tell me when you're ready to go. Thank you. At this time, we're going to call the meeting of September 20th, 2021 to order. City Attorney, is there anything you want to discuss before we go into closed session?
Only to say, Mr. Mayor, if the City Council so moves, it will move into closed session to discuss the item agendized for closed session discussion, specifically conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54596.9, 5 potential cases. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a motion? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez,
Yes.
City Manager Miller. No, that's it. Okay, that's it.
Is it majority? Motion passes? 4-0 vote?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Thank
4-0
you.
vote.
Don't worry.
She just wants your opinion.
This time, we're going to resume the meeting of September 20th, 2021. Councilmember Perez will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, sir. Impressive. One-legged. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Here.
Mayor Velasquez,
Here.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Police Chief Reynoso,
Here.
City Manager Miller,
Here.
City Attorney Epperson.
Here.
The amended agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of September 20th, 2021 was posted on the bulletin board on September 17, 2021 at 9:55 a.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you. City Attorney, would you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report out of closed session is that the city council discussed the items agendized for closed session in closed session, and direction was given to staff. The city council recessed from closed session at 6:35 p.m. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Tonight, we have two proclamations. First one is National Recovery Month, and the next one is Constitution Week. Anna Foglia? Here you are. Come on up. 6 foot away. How you doing?
Good.
Good to see you. Come.
Not of him?
No, of course of me.
He sounds like he wants to be the only one.
Not at all. Thank you. Whereas substance abuse treatment facilities in San Benito County are an essential part of health and one's overall wellness. Now, therefore, I, Ignacio Velasquez, Mayor of the City of Hollister, do hereby declare September 2021 as National Recovery Month in the City of Hollister. And I want to personally thank you for all the great work your group has been doing in our community. Very important to all communities, so thank you all. Your turn.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd like to invite a couple of people in recovery to say a few words. I'm the executive director of Sun Street Centers, and I accept the proclamation for all the people outside of these walls in recovery in our city. Also, sitting here tonight, recovery happens. It happens every day, and we don't always see it, but I'd like to ask a couple of the women, Andrea and Jody, to come on up and share their recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to say a few words about recovery. So I came into Sun Street approximately 4.5 months ago. I came in broken, desperate, feeling worthless. I had lost my family. I was homeless. And I came into Sun Street and I finally surrendered. I couldn't look in the mirror because I hated myself so much. I didn't know how to love myself. And when I came in, I thought that it was just about getting sober. And it was so much more. I learned about recovery, and Sun Street has saved my life. They loved me until I could love myself. And they have helped me work through trauma from my childhood, which I have numbed myself for years to avoid dealing with. And I have learned so many great coping skills. I have peace now in my life, and it's all because of Sun Street and my God. He brought me there. He helped me when I couldn't help myself. And I had no hope, and I didn't know what my future looked like. There were times when I didn't even want to live, and now I want to live. I have so much hope. I'm excited for my future, and recovery, I will always keep recovery first. I know that that's what I have to do to stay sober, and I just am excited to continue my journey. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrea Ricard. Thank you for letting me share. Sun Street has given me a new lease on life. For the last 12 years, I've been struggling with addiction due to getting addicted to pills due to health problems, and it just progressed over the years. I started going in and out of jail and institutions, and my life just went downhill really, really fast. And on paper, I was a lost cause. And then I came to Sun Street, and they just totally changed my life. I'm a different person. I've been there for almost 61 days today, and I have hope. And I'm actually fixing relationships with my family, and the staff there is just amazing. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. From the night staff to the director, they do everything they can to make you feel loved and to make you stay. And because of them, I know that I have a future now. And I'm just so grateful for Sun Street and for my new life. Thank you.
Thank you, Sun Street, again. I've been involved with homeless issues here in our community for a while now, and I can tell you, you cannot solve the problem without groups like Sun Street and many others that really make that difference to get everybody back to that point where, as you all spoke today, to give you that new life. And I'm very proud of you for being up here and speaking, and all of you for being here. So thank you very much. Did you have a comment?
Yeah,
Mr. President, comment.
Yeah. All of you, don't give up. You don't know what God can do in your life. You don't know what you can do. Keep it up. I come from a background of addiction. I know. Don't give up. Good job.
Tonight, we also have a proclamation for Constitution Week, but they're not here today, I believe.
That's correct.
I will read part of it. Whereas it is a privilege and duty of the American people to commemorate the 234th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America with appropriate ceremonies, activities, and displays. Now, therefore, I, Ignacio Velasquez, Mayor of the City of Hollister, do hereby proclaim September 17th through the 23rd, 2021, as Constitution Week in the City of Hollister. Thank you all. I'll have it here for the city clerk to pick up. Thank you for being here. We are now going to move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull? Do we have any from the public?
We have no speaker cards.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
Okay, this consent agenda is approved unanimously.
Thank you. We'll now move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers tonight?
Yes, Robin Pollard.
Good
there.
evening, Robin Pollard, Hollister. I came tonight to thank you for getting the bathrooms open, at least functioning at Park Hill. I know there's still a fence around 3/4 of it, but people can get into the bathrooms, and I know the mothers up there are really appreciating it for their kids, so I wanted to thank you for that. Also, I saw the bushes were cut at Maple, so you guys are on it. So I figured since you're being so proactive, I would come down tonight, and I saw about 2 weeks ago the sidewalk sweeper was out on 6th Street. I guess you have a little machine that washes sidewalks. And I don't know if it just does the downtown area or how far that little machine is allowed to go, but I'm hoping that you'll do north of 4th Street on San Benito Street. It is part of the historic district. In fact, I brought the old map. This is the original layout of Hollister. And you'll see down here in the corner is where Park Hill is, and they purposely didn't sell those lots, meaning they even wanted it to be a public place. And maybe perhaps someday the historic district can expand as far as North Street and South and East and West Street, and perhaps something fun and community-oriented can reach Park Hill as well. So that's my comments for tonight. Thanks again for coming right through for us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Stephanie Castro.
Dear elected officials, I believe you are making a mockery out of your own system and your own proposals. You are revealing to everyone that you are nothing but lying, deceitful scoundrels. Your initial proposal on April 19th was for a unity flag pole. Your initial proposal was for a single unity pole, not to exceed $30,000 on city property. When Rick Perez made a motion to place it at a different location at Dunn Park, he was told by the city manager that the proposal was for the city property location and that a motion couldn't be made because the vote and the agenda item was for a single flagpole not to exceed $30,000 on city property. Yet a few moments later, when Roland and Mr. Mayor discussed 2 additional flagpoles instead of just the one, the motion was accepted. Then Mr. Resendez went on to propose an additional $10,000 for that second flagpole. How come when Mr. Perez recommended making a motion to amend the proposal for a change in location, he was shot down? How come when Roland made a motion to amend the proposal, it was accepted? Not one amendment, but 2 amendments for your proposal of a single unity pole not to exceed $30,000. So why was Roland happily obliged with his 2 flag pole erection proposal and additional $10,000 to go with it if the proposal, as written, could only be voted on that way? Can you say double standard? Or in actuality, according to city manager, by his own testimony, apparently that was an illegal motion. That motion should have never been obliged. 2 motions, unless Rick Perez's should have been obliged too. But he didn't know very much because he was new and you guys were just taking advantage of him. So the flagpole both of them should be removed. Those motions were not legal motions and should have never been permitted. What are you going to do to change that? It should have been a motion for a change in venue, a motion for a change in amounts. All of them should have been approved. So once again, you're making a mockery out of your own system. You are not following them, and you are deceiving the people of Hollister.
Thank you, ma'am.
Shame on all of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we have Rob Rodriguez. We're going to unmute you.
Hello, this is Rob Rodriguez from Hollister. This weekend, we had California Coastal Cleanup, and we got to work with some organizations in town, Ecology, RJ, here to help clean up around town and in the river. We worked also with Integrated Waste, and Hollister Rec was also there in support, which is awesome. We need all that support that we can get. We pulled a ton of garbage out of the river near the 4th Street Bridge, something like 60 plus tires. And I don't know how much the weight was in the actual garbage yet. We'll find out this week. But I just called to say, like, we can't let that continue, that illegal dumping. I hope that the city code enforcement could, get after these landowners. If it's private land instead of city land, and get after the landowners and make sure they secure their property. If you can't secure your property, like, it's you either get cited or something to help us volunteers who are out there, trying to make sure that it doesn't get worse. It would be, I think, advantageous for us as well to work with Ecology or RJR and get a bin in that parking lot there at the end of the River Park Trail, once or twice a month. It's not ideal, but it stops the illegal dumping for the time that us volunteers can try and catch up with what's going on there. I think that in the long run, the cost is definitely worth it for the trash to go in the bin and not in the river. And then lastly, I'd just like to thank all the volunteers who showed up this past weekend, including those who cleaned the streets at Hollister. Thank you for helping us have clean shared spaces. I'm very proud of our town that we could come together, in a way that is positive, show that we're strong, resourceful, and a very cohesive community. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Elia Salinas. We're going to go ahead and unmute you.
Hi, thank you, Nova. Good evening, Mayor and Board of City Council. Just a couple of things real quick. Is there an end? I want to know if there's an end date to the scooters. A couple of weekends ago, I saw kids were enjoying them. I thought it was great that they were enjoying them. They were on the street. They didn't have helmets, but that wasn't the issue. The issue was that I was driving slow because they were ahead of me. They were enjoying themselves. I was being cautious, but a car behind me passed me up and speeded right between them. And I thought it was going to be a horrible experience for somebody I thought somebody was going to get hurt. So I'm just wondering what you guys are planning with regards to it continuing. The light, this is for city manager. He's aware of since April that the light for the crosswalk on West and 4th Street is out. I understand that there's a part missing, but that's just an accident waiting to happen, especially you've got county employees crossing the street there and people going to the courthouse there. On October 2nd, I am currently in the process of getting a rally together for in support of women's reproductive rights. And just so that if you guys want to join, I'm hoping I'll have everything done and taken care of by Wednesday so I can get permitted for that. It'll be at the Vets Memorial, the park area, the grass area. Let's see. I wanted to discuss with regards to, it's just not about women's reproductive rights. It's already starting that the state of Mississippi is considering an abortion restrictions that it's going to include also the LGBTQ marriage and bedroom privacy. So they're wanting to take us backwards instead of where we are now. We should be moving forward. So I'm hoping that I'll get your support to be there. Also, there's a second cannabis dispensary that was approved a few years ago. The owners or the permit people have been trying to sell it. It has not been come to fruition. I would really like for the city council to bring that up for discussion and possibly put it up for bid. Have people that can bid again and go through the process of trying to get the permit to open up a second dispensary would be really appreciated by the licensees, as well as, you're not supposed to sell the license, and the people that have the permit have been trying to sell it for a few years and have still not been able to do it. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carol Lenore. Carol, we're going to unmute you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I want to echo the same concern as Elia. I now have to be very careful on my sidewalk because I almost got it last week from a scooter going very fast, over the 15 miles an hour on the sidewalk. It's dangerous. I also want to report that I see kids driving them with no helmets on. I wanted to know, are they supposed to have protective gear on their head? I'm sure the kids must and should. I guess I thought it would be the same as like a motorcycle. They have to wear helmets. So nobody's wearing helmets, and they're driving them at night, and they're driving them on the sidewalk. Unfortunately, I live downtown. So I really hope that I don't get hit on the sidewalk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So we'll work with staff. The sidewalk sweeper we nicknamed Bubbles. So we'll have Bubbles look at going north of 4th Street to clean that area. We also just, during our department head meeting today, actually just talked about the river cleanup, and we're working on a date to clean up that area also. And then it's kind of a reminder that scooters are supposed to be ridden in the bike lanes. And then, Elliot Salinas is correct, the 4th Street crosswalk, we are waiting for parts. It's an older system, so we might have to just come back with a solution of replacing that if we have to.
If I can, sir,
Sure.
I'd recommend, this was the underground, in the asphalt,
Right.
that we just go with the signs that are powered by solar with backup. Those work much better. That's what I think most communities are doing now. I think people are getting away from the ones placed into the asphalt.
Okay, I'll work with staff.
Too expensive and they break down and you can't do anything about it. Is that it, sir?
That is it.
D2?
Nothing at this time.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item F1.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, item F1 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing the Police Department to make staff changes involving police captain, police lieutenant, and other officers. Back in 2014, the previous chief decided to change the the structure from one chief and two captains to one chief, one captain, and two lieutenants. Essentially, the lieutenants were doing the jobs of the captains, what the captains were doing before, each of them managing a division within the police department. During the staffing study in 2019, they indicated that there was too much separation there between the chief and the actual day-to-day management of the police department. And we agree with that situation. They gave several examples of other departments in our area that are some larger than ours with no position as essentially a deputy chief position. This resolution is requesting authorization to go back to the way it used to be in 2014 and have one captain, one chief, two captains, each managing a division, and that the two lieutenant positions to be reclassified as captains. That will remain one. We will remain with one lieutenant position that's currently filled right now with a sergeant because of staffing, and we would hope that that one position that we have right now vacant as a captain, we can drop that down to patrol level. I think that's where it's most needed, and that way we can, as we hire personnel, that would be most effective on the patrol level on our streets. Any questions?
Any questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I 100% support your request. Having said that, I'm wondering, as it relates to the officer position, I would ask that you just give some consideration. I'm concerned about DUI, and it seems like anytime I see reports, DUIs are consistent, and I know that you have a traffic grant to do the fixed locations periodically, but I would like to see an enhanced enforcement as it relates to DUI, and I'd ask that you simply consider when you get that other officer position, if there's the flexibility to maybe focus additional resources on DUI, please. Thank
Sure.
you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember?
I just got a comment. It's like, I like what you're doing with since you've been interim and since you are the police chief, and I just want you to know, you from this council person, I trust what you're doing, and I believe that you're looking forward to the future of our city and the safety of our city, and just keep up the good work.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
There are no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez,
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We're going to now
Thank
move
you.
to item F2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, Development Services Department, Interim Director, Planning Manager. The item before you is a resolution of the City Council authorizing the execution of Amendment Number 2 to the Professional Services Agreement between the City of Hollister and Four Leaf. Four Leaf is the city's building department at the time. Exhibit B of the Professional Services Agreement, titled Compensation, would be amended with the approval of this resolution from the current agreement, which indicates that 65% of the fees for each building permit would be provided to Four Leaf and 35% would be provided to the City of Hollister, to 57.5% to Four Leaf and 42.5% for the City of Hollister. In summary, Four Leaf would be reducing its percentages of fees collected for each building permit 7.5% to from 65% to 57.5%, and the city's percentage would increase 7.5% from 35% to 42.5%. Staff recommends that the City Council approve resolution number 2021-186, authorizing the mayor to execute amendment number 2 to the professional services agreement by and between the City of Hollister and Four Leaf. Do you have any questions for staff?
Do we have any questions from council?
Mayor
Councilman
Velasquez. Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Prado, I have probably a brief laundry list of questions, and so by approving this agreement, in essence, the only thing we're actually approving is the reduction in fees that we pay them and the benefit that we receive as a result of that?
That is correct.
Okay, all right, I wanted to be clear on that. In reviewing their contract, and maybe this is a better conversation for another time, but I did have a variety of questions, some more technical, some more simple, I believe. But the first question I have is, it appears in the contract now that they actually provide fire plan check service as referenced on page 193 of the staff report. Is that correct?
Yes, so For Leaf does provide services for the inspection of the plants, yes.
So I guess my question is, why would we outsource that when we could take that responsibility on within our fire department? And my understanding is the fire department participates in certain elements of development already. And so I know at one point the fire chief had asked for 2 additional positions, and I know at some point we're going to talk more in depth about that.
Sure.
But in my mind, it makes perfect sense for the fire department to take on that responsibility. And I see that the interim or acting fire chief is standing behind you, so if it'd be more appropriately answered by him or by both of you, I'd welcome your responses, please, gentlemen.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I am Charlie Bedolla, your acting fire chief. That's a good question. They do provide that service, but we don't utilize it. We take care of it ourselves. We do contract, and we have our contractors that we work with. That's a lot more cost efficient for us to do it that way than through Four Leaf.
Okay, so then I see it's in the contract, so does that mean we're paying for it regardless, or does that need to be changed in the contract as well to accurately reflect the agreement between the city and Four Leaf?
That's just their general overall, what they provide for that. We always have that option because they are one of our vendors that we do utilize and contract employees, but if anything were ever to happen, we might be able to utilize them if we want. So we have 3 different ones. So they don't pay, we don't charge for anything. We don't pay them for anything.
Okay, all right. Then it makes sense to me now that it's been explained. It wasn't, as I read it, I didn't interpret it that way.
And a lot of the stuff, the smaller stuff, that doesn't need as much, we're doing it in-house ourselves, so we're collecting all those fees 100% for us in-house.
Okay, and that's my preference. So,
Just to add, Councilmember Burns, there's different services that they do provide. One of them's been code enforcement. We've had both of our code enforcement officers out at one time, so we were able to contract with them to help provide that service when they were out.
Okay,
so
thank you.
It's just a service that they will provide.
I did see that on their fee schedule as well, and it was something I was going to ask about, so thank you for clarifying that. Mayor, did you want to follow up on this before I have a...
You go right ahead, and I'll ask Charlie a question about something.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'm also curious on the E&O insurance. I recognize that it's a $1 million coverage, and in my experience, personally, $1 million seems like a lot of money, but in my experience professionally, it seems to be grossly underinsured, and I'm wondering how we came to $1 million agreement. Frankly, my preference would rather be to see us protected for probably about $5 million, and again, I'd like to understand that better.
I can answer that. I mean, when we did go to them, one thing we asked about was the change in the fees. We probably should have revisited the insurance. I do agree with you. Our risk pool is requesting that we start getting our insurances up to $2 million, and their feeling is also is $5 million is where in the very near future is where we should be at.
Thank you. In reviewing the contract under item number 12, it talks about a 1-day turnaround, and I'm encouraged by that. And I'm just wondering, have we ever audited that promise for compliance and for accuracy? Do they always hit 1-day turnaround?
Yes, thank you for that, Council Member Tim. Yes, so essentially the 1-day turnaround is if somebody wants to do an inspection, they call within 24 hours, and then the only thing is we cannot be for certain at what specific time. We just basically say AM or PM, and then if it's in the morning, for example, between the hours of 8 AM to noon, We have the building department schedule its routes for the inspectors to be able to go from one place to the other, whichever is closest, to try to avoid having to go from one section of town to the other. We try to schedule them to go kind of in order, and so we give them an approximate time. But that's essentially it's been that way, 24-hour. And even I've even seen sometimes exceptions for the same day if urgently needed, but that's been usually the case with the building department.
Okay. And then with relation to number 16 on their list, which talks about stop work orders, who benefits financially, and do they single, double, triple, or quad fee? And who determines what penalty? My personal experience is people are often more inclined to want to ask for forgiveness than for permission, and there needs to be a cost to that. And I'd like to know more statistics as it relates to how often does that happen, and how is that figured out?
Sure, definitely. Usually, if it's the building department that's seeing that there's a violation, or if there is a report that's being called for somebody doing construction without a permit, or somebody out on the work site that's doing certain work that is causing there to be a violation, such as the accumulation of dust or so forth. Usually, if it's the building department or the public works inspectors, they would go out there and they would see if they verify that there is a violation, then they would call code enforcement. Code enforcement would come in and issue the stop work order. If there is a violation, the violation would be that there is a fee. If a building permit would have needed to be taken out that wasn't taken out, then there's a double fee cost for the actual cost of the permit, and then the violation is essentially the double fee for the violation. And if a stop work order is necessary, then a stop work order would be issued as well.
And to add real quick, in talking for they've never billed us except for once for the double fee. That revenue went to the city. The only time that they did was when they had significant time or their own staff time involved, and that's when they accepted their portion of the fee.
Correct.
Okay. Who actually provides the vehicles? Do they provide their own vehicles?
Yes.
And then, again, I guess my comment would be, as I looked at the staff report, again, I would argue that the $1 million in insurance is definitely low in today's world, even though where is the building, as I understood this, is the building official work in the city every day, Monday through Friday, typically?
That is correct. The building official is here in the office every day.
Okay, and the
typically,
permit
yes.
tech as well?
Permit tech as well. That is
Okay.
correct.
And so do we give them the building use free of charge, or would they get billed a percentage of the money as well? Kind of like us paying the city of San Juan Bautista to put our firefighters in there to fight their fires.
Yeah, we're providing them a office space, but there is no compensation from them or from us.
Okay. How about IT?
IT, only thing that they'll get IT for is for using the city's financial program.
Okay. And we're near the end here, so thank you for being patient with me. I saw just some little comment in the staff report about
Sure.
Public Works Inspector, but I didn't see a whole lot of specific data. Can you tell me a little bit about?
Sure.
It looked like it was more of an on-call, but do they provide total Public Works inspection services for us, or is it on an on-call basis?
It's on an on-call basis, Councilmember Tim. For example, one of the big things that we have out there, we have one public works inspector. Will does a great job, but one of the things we have, one of the most strictest stormwater management requirement, our District 5 for the State Water Quality Control Board, and so we need to be out there inspecting stormwater requirements from all the different project sites, and so therefore, if needed, it's on an on-call basis where we would contract with 4 Leaf to have a public works inspector go out there and assist our public works inspector.
Yeah, we had that happen when Will went on vacation, or if he's ill, we can bring somebody in. We are going to be bringing something to the council in the near future because Will does need that second person.
Yes.
I would agree. I'd rather see in-house staff than
Yes.
opposed to outsource. With regard to the 35% we currently receive, which will, if this is approved, will become 42.5%, what happens to that money?
It goes directly into the general fund to be discretionary funding.
Okay. And I know that when we talked about contracts, I don't know, month and a half or so ago, one of the questions I raised that I don't recall receiving a response to at this point was the total number of inspections 4 Leaf runs on an annual basis. As I understand, the initial contract for 4 Leaf is for like $650,000. And so, simple math in my mind, if they're getting 65% of the take, that would suggest to me that, you know, we're seeing about 350 or so, and so that'd be about $1 million. And that's dirty math, I know that. But I would like to know how the inspections prorate, because I've made it really clear that I would prefer to have in-house staff to outsourcing this. And I think to understand the numbers would help me to better align with maybe outsourcing it versus just simple pieces. And I recognize, based on what you said, Mr. Prado, that we're not really here to review the entire contract. We're just here to look at the 42.5 versus 35. And so I just want to put that out there. And so
well, I mean, we'll have Abraham work with 4 Leaf to get that number of inspections. But I also remember that they provided us with two tech clerks, and then the supervisor. So
I understand, and so I just want to see logistically again. If I look at $1 million to have a department of 3, 4, or 5 people, I'm not so convinced that it wouldn't be feasible to bring it in-house. But I've also heard the mayor's concerns about having experienced layoffs, and so it's a struggle. I have an internal struggle, and so that data would help me to come to a stronger understanding and a position for myself. So with that, that completes my questions and comments. Thank you, Mr. Prado.
You're welcome.
Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I have a few follow-up questions. I think your questions were excellent questions, by the way. And the point about the 1 million that Councilmember Burns brought up, he's absolutely right. The industry now is at 2 million, and it's moving to 5. It is moving to 5. Most of our contracts that we do work for, we're seeing it moving to 5 now. I have a question for Charlie, because the fire system, you brought up another really good question there. The fire inspections, they're getting very complicated now, the systems out there. So I'm wondering, can you in-house still really have that capability, expertise to really do some of these systems now that are out there for the larger facilities? Or is that when you work with 4 Leaf to
We don't work with 4 Leaf at all.
You don't?
Not at all.
Okay, so you're able to...
We do 100% of the inspections. So we've conducted between 1,000 to 1,500 inspections a year. We spend probably between $10,000 and $20,000 in our plan checkers, but we're bringing in over $400,000. So that's all we're spending on plan checkers.
Oh, so plan checkers means somebody, you're outsourcing that. Okay, that's what I was
Our other
asking.
contractors that we do. So
Gotcha.
the easier plans we're doing in-house. The more complicated ones, like Amazon, I sent them out to my plan checker.
Okay.
And they're really, really reasonable price. And they're
Yeah, that's what I was looking for, because for even my own company, we used to have in-house, but they become so complicated now that we're outsourcing this work, because not the fire system, but you have the two-way systems, and you have the ERC system that, I don't know if that had to go into the Amazon, but I know we're going to be doing a building here in downtown that I'm sure it's going to need these things. So I want to make sure we're aware of that and making sure they're being installed in a...
And we actually double work it, because if we miss something, the four-leaf plan checker will catch it. They'll be, oh,
Okay.
hey, we need more exiting. Oh, yeah, that's right, we do need to get, so everyone kind of works together with that, and we kind of tag team it. They might miss something, or we might miss something, but we kind of hit each other and say,
Okay.
hey, what about this? Oh, yeah, that's right. So we
Yes.
do work together on that part right there, but
Just want to make sure
we
we're.
do 100% of our inspections everywhere, and minimal stuff that, just the harder stuff we send out.
Okay, no, that's what I wanted to hear, because I know that those things are incredibly complicated now, so thank you for
Okay,
that.
mhm.
That's still I have, and I agree with so many of your points, and for me, as far as in-house or out contract, it really comes down to how steady are we for the next 10 years and so on, because then it starts to make sense, because if we, it's going to slow down a bit, we know that's coming. These are what we need to be aware of. But if we know it's steadiness for 10 years, I'm absolutely agree with you. So, any other questions from council?
I just got a real simple one. It's like the $1 million insurance, because I have $1 million coverage for my company, and it's like, I thought I was doing good. Now you guys make me feel bad. But
The lawyers will make you feel bad.
But customer service,
Yes.
because we are providing a service to our community, and if someone, I've had people call me and talk to me and stuff, because I do walk downtown. I am involved with as much as I can be with the downtown businesses, and I do hear that some complain sometimes, and believe it or not, I understand people are going to complain, and sometimes they're right and sometimes they're wrong. But for the instance that if someone has a complaint about something, is there a complaint process that they can follow through?
That's a really good question, Councilmember Rick. Thank you. Yes, so definitely, if there is a complaint, they can always talk to a supervisor. If there's a complaint within the building department, they can talk to Miss Minnie Arredondo, who is the current the building official for the city well, for Four Leaf, but for the city of Hollister. And then they can also always talk to me as well as the interim director, and they'll let the permit tech know at the front counter, and then one of us will get back to them pretty much as instantly as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, is anything, I mean, it's not like you really want to advertise, hey, if you have a problem, call and talk to the supervisor.
Sure.
The supervisor is going to be super swamped.
Yeah,
But,
no.
I get that. I just, I don't know, when I hear numerous complaints, it's like, I would just like for Four Leaf, whoever's coming out there doing that, to keep that in mind, that we are providing a service to
Absolutely.
our community. Yeah, that's it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
Yes, Elias Salinas, we'll go ahead and unmute you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. So with regards to the mayor, you brought up a great point with regards to the specialty systems. Wouldn't it be in our best interest to have a few of our firefighters train for that? Because we're not going back, we're going forward. So that would be one less thing. How old is this contract that a lot of things were brought up today that should have been brought up all along? I myself would prefer to have an entire new contract, and actually, I think it should go out for an RFP. We've had Four Leaf, and they're very secure with here in Hollister and in San Benito County as well. So, because Councilman Perez does bring out a good point, people are complaining. I have had clients use their services. They don't have an option, obviously. They go in there, they get something done, they get a list from A to B, and then they come back, they do it, and then they come back and they say, oh, well, you need this. Well, this company is missing steps, and it's costing the people, the clients, more money. And if you're telling the folks that they can go and they can make a complaint with a supervisor, well, you're talking about a supervisor for Four Leaf. How far is that complaint going to get? Yes, you would have to go to Abraham. And then how far is that complaint going to get? Because Four Leaf only has, I believe you said earlier, they have 4 staff. What are they going to do? I mean, we're at their mercy because of this contract. You can't get out of it. They're not going to fire someone for a complaint. And I don't know what kind of a discipline we can enforce on a third party contract for the way that they're treating our citizens. Obviously, 42% is better than 35%. But again, I would like to see that the city go out and try to find another company, a better deal. The vehicles that are being used, is that part of they're making money. They're in the business to make money. We're paying for those cars. It's their cars, but trust me, we're paying for their cars. We're paying for that gas that they're using. They're making money. And I would prefer to see more of this in-house. I know it's really hard to get employees to come to our area because of the wages that are paid here, but it is something to consider because Mayor, you said you want to look in the 10 years. Well, you've been mayor for 10 years. How has it gone? You don't know one way or the other how it's going to go, but we've got to do something so the city can save money. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Yes, Loretta Avina will unmute you.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I have to concur with the previous speakers. First of all, I'm not comfortable with allowing this contract to be extended for 10 years. That's an awfully long time. I almost feel like Fort Leaf has become quite comfortable in their role. I have to side with Councilman Burns. I'd like to see more in-house. I'm not understanding why we have to contract out so much. Why can we not train more of our own staff or perhaps even hire out? I don't have the data, so I don't understand what the cost savings is to hire out. But hearing that we have so many complaints, and as Ms. Salinas just said, where do they go? They really don't go anywhere as far as when they complain. There's a supervisor with Fort Leaf, but it ends there. I just feel like they've gotten a little bit too comfortable. I'd like to see it go out to bid. And I would really like to see more in-house, create a job here, train our own staff. And again, I'd like to see more data, which I'll try and find out, but I'm not comfortable with this 10-year extension. That's an awfully long time considering the amount of complaints that we've been receiving. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, but I want to make sure everyone understands this is not a 10-year extension. I don't know how that popped into the conversation. It's why it's so important to be factual here. That's why we're making that correction. It is not a 10-year extension. What this is adjustment to the fees percentage, so the city will gain more, larger percentage of the fees. There's many conversations about what I heard earlier about what we can do, can't do. I can tell you again, in this industry, it changes so fast with these codes that some of these companies, what they do, they have experts in a place that they have to stay up on all these codes, take exams constantly to keep up with the changes, as I mentioned with the fire chief, and his department uses some of the experts too to analyze some of these plans. It's not something as in the old days where you can just read them over the counter and make an approval. Can it be done? Of course it can be done. The key is what is in the horizon for the next 10 years and what type of expertise, because if the building that's coming, it's all about these larger facilities, you're not going to find the people you need to do that type of work, to work here locally. You're going to need experts that are in that field, because there's a lot of engineering background that has to go with these things. So it's, again, this industry has changed just in my time doing construction work incredibly. In the last 5 years, I can tell you, again, even my own firm has started to contract out because of the changes in the complicated procedures that have to go through now to make sure they're meeting the requirements. So it's not a 10-year extension. It's an adjustment to the contract for the percentage, a larger percentage to the city. And as we move forward and have a better plan with our general plan being done, then we can have a conversation about where are we going in our community in growth, so we have something stable, so we're not having to hire people and have the nightmare of having to lay people off if the economy just stops on us again, as it happened in the past. And that, I can say, I was not on the council, but I can remember working with the people in the building department and how sad it was. A lot of them became good friends at that time, to see them go. So we want to make sure we're doing things right. And I do think what I see right now is being done right. Of course, I heard accusations of a lot of complaints. I got to tell you, I'm not hearing a lot of complaints. And I think it's important to understand if there are complaints that they should be tracked what those complaints are, because that's the important part. Because sometimes I'll hear, what I do hear sometimes is the city is so hard to work with, they want you to jump through hoops to get your plans approved. I said, that's part of the process of submitting plans, is making sure you're doing it right. And then I'll get the response, well, I told them I'll come back and bring the other part later. It does not work that way. The old days it might have, today it doesn't, and it should never work that way. You have to bring a complete set of plans that meet today's codes and today's standards, not a, you can trust me, I'll be back with some scratch paper to show you what we're going to do. It doesn't work.
No.
So that's what I would say on that. Councilman Burns, I see you have your finger on the button.
I did, thanks. City manager, when does this contract term, or is this just ongoing?
It is an ongoing contract, and I believe where the 10 is coming from is that we can cancel this with a 10-day notice.
Okay, understood. And so I would kind of like to sample the market at some point, and I'm not suggesting immediately, but I know that we've had the conversation about other professional contracts, and my recollection, and as it relates to others, was within a 3-year window that it goes back out for an RFQ, RFP. And so I would like to have a more in-depth conversation, because it might turn out we're just getting one terrific deal, but it might also be that we're, you know, I won't say being had, because I don't believe that by any means, looking at the rates that they bill out. They're very consistent within the industry, and I think they're probably very highly competitive. But I would like to see us move to understand the market better, so that we do have a better sense that we're getting a fair deal, not necessarily better or good, but fair deal. And
fair enough.
You know, maybe at a follow-up conversation, I don't want to take this conversation too far off track. I originally was not inclined to want to vote for this, but since it's simply about increasing our percentage and reducing theirs, I just think it, you know, for the here and the now, this makes perfect sense, so I'm going to support this. But I would like to see this come back with a public conversation about an RFP or RFQ. And this contract's been in place for how many years?
2012.
2000. So this thing has been in place for 10 years. Mm-hmm. So I would argue soon, as opposed to 3 years from now, to just, you know, understand the market better. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. There's no other speakers, correct?
Correct. There's no more speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion, but I would like to make the friendly amendment that we increase the insurance to $5 million as requested by yourself and Councilmember Burns.
I think, can we do that on this item, because it's not pointed out? I think that's something we could probably bring back, and
I think it would need to come back, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Resendez, yes. And the reason is because it's what's before you is already drafted in there. So you can opt not to approve it, or you could approve it with a request that it come back to consider increasing the insurance requirement.
I think.
And add, if, I mean, we're going to bring an RFP in the near future, we'll make that a requirement, is that they have to provide that insurance amount.
And I would agree with Mr. Burns. I think, you know, after 3 years, I'm fine, or 5 years with some of these contracts, to make sure the market we're within the, that's what all contractors do. We have to bid these things and make sure we're getting the right price. So
understandable.
Very well.
Okay, then I will make my motion as presented by staff to approve.
Thank you, sir. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to now move to item F3.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item before you Councilmember Perez requested to place on the agenda the display of the Christian flag at City Hall for the month of April 2022. The request was originally submitted to the clerk's office on June 8th. And on June 21st, council decided to table this item to a later date. We were waiting for a response from the Attorney General. However, due to the possibility that council may rescind the flag policy under which this request was submitted, staff placed this back on the agenda for consideration. So staff is just looking for direction on whether to adopt the resolution to display the flag in April 2022 or another option.
Thank you. I actually am the one that I did ask for this to come back since we are discussing a future policy. My experience tells me that waiting for Attorney General is going to be months down the road. We're here to make a decision. I'm a believer of the separation of church and state. We've all seen recently the issues in Afghanistan. I happened to travel to Afghanistan in 2003, and I can remember the conversation about Islam and Christianity and everything else. And you know, there's a reason there's a separation between church and state. And when there's not, I can share pictures of my time in Afghanistan, and you'll understand what starts to happen. So I asked for this to come back so we can have a conversation and either decide to move forward or not move forward, and then get ready for if we decide to change the rules, we can have a new starting point. So I did ask for this. Is there any questions from council members?
I'm not sure if we're even going to be able to come. So if we come to a 2-2 on this, basically, we're just going to be tabled again for what, till next time, or till we get a full council? Is that correct? So now I think I think we should just vote, because otherwise we're going to be sitting here and going back and forth, because, you know, like you said, in Afghanistan, well, this is America.
It is.
We got freedom over here. So I don't want to get into this or that. To me, it's like, let's get to a vote and move on, because we're going to have, in my view, we're going to have to wait till we get a fifth person up here. You know, it's I don't know. Me personally, I'm pretty sick and tired of this whole flag issue. It's like the whole application process, the whole everything, and I don't think well, I'll wait till the next item. So I just move that we just make get some public input, make a vote, and move on.
Sure. There's no other comments from council. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes. Brent Snow.
Good evening, Council. I would like to express my appreciation to Council for your public service and the resolution tonight on the importance of recovery. I pastored a church that was involved in that, and I know the value of that. So thank you for that resolution. Thank you also for recognizing the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution Week. Well, I'm aiming for a unanimous vote here tonight on the Christian flag for the following reasons. First, the Christian flag represents the citizens of Hollister. The application had the support of over 120 members of the Christian community here in Hollister. And it has the support of many of my pastoral friends and clergy members who urged your support via email and an open letter in the Benito link. Second, and I was very unsettled by the remarks that the flying of the Christian flag would be a violation of church and state. That's a misguided understanding. And that has given the reason for the delay in the action of this item. Separation of church and state does not exclude mutual recognition. In God we trust is on our national currency, in chambers of city and counties around this nation. And even President Joe Biden swore on the hugest Bible in his oath. Surely Hollister can let the Christian flag fly. Well, I want you to recognize how this city benefits, this state and nation benefit because of Christian influences in education, medicine, civil rights, philanthropy, disaster relief, and etc. Now, I've shared these reasons, and I look forward to a unanimous vote. I just respectfully submit that to you, and thank you for your public service.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Tony. I'm not sure on the last name.
Avila.
Good evening, members. I just have, I'm also looking for a yes on the Christian flag to fly. Many benefits. And I think quoting the Constitution needs to be revised for you to understand that there was never an intent by our founders to find it necessary to have the separation. It was meant to be a separation from government going into the churches. That's where we get the separation. So you have it kind of the other way around. My question to you members is, what is the fear over the Christians to fly a flag? I've heard that it's divisive. I hear that, again, church and state. I've heard many reasons why. I could say the same thing to different flags are divisive. And we're not always going to be popular to every person in Hollister on a flag that will fly. But a Christian flag has huge benefits for a community. Pastor just alluded to a few. The fact that if every person would abide by the 10 Commandments, we wouldn't have to have police officers, we wouldn't have to have prisons, we wouldn't have to have anything. But no, we choose not to. So we try to eradicate God, and every society in history has shown us that they cave and fall and deteriorate out of society for the lack of a God. And the God that created our Constitution, our founders found it necessary for them to quote Scripture over 1,500 times, I believe it is. They sought the face of God. And I'm asking you gentlemen here to do the same. Be respectful for the community. It's a huge community here in Hollister that are faith-based. And I know a few of you attend certain churches, and that's a good thing. So not against any other reason, but I just like to know why you up front here have fear over a flag that represents Christianity, that represents our Creator that put us on this planet. And it's our rights into the Constitution of the freedom of religion. So again, I'll go along with Pastor. Please do a yes vote on the Christian flag. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Sandy Patterson.
Good evening, Council. Sandy Patterson Jamark. And I'm also looking for a unanimous vote for the Christian flag. The application's been there, fly it. There's no excuse. You use the excuse of separation of church and state. Nowhere in the Constitution does it state separation of church and state. Nowhere in the First Amendment does it state separation of church and state. You're using that as an excuse. It's not there. That's why you can't get an answer from the AG, from the state of California. It's not there. I know. Fly the flag. The Christian flag was adopted by the United States Federal Council of Churches in 1942. If the United States Federal Council of Churches can adopt the flag and fly it. Why can't you? Quit doing excuses. Fly the flag. The application has been there. The only flag you've flown is the pride flag. There's a Christian community here that's not liking this. You didn't even have a policy. Now you're going to rescind the policy? Fly the flag. Quit using excuses, because that's all you're doing. And the Christian flag has been around unofficially since 1897. September 26, 1897. Fly the flag. Do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Stephanie Castro on Zoom. We'll go ahead and unmute you.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Go
Yes?
ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, this is ridiculous that we're going back and forth on this because you have a problem with religion. The discrimination clause specifically states that you approved of and that you put on your own application that you are not going to discriminate on people based on religion, sex, sexual orientation, etc. You put this on your own policy. So why do you keep discriminating against people of religion and not people with sexual orientation or creed or political affiliation? Because that's included also on your own city discrimination clause for your own employees. This literally leads us back to square one. When Honor Spencer, Tony, myself, and other callers on April 19th said that you are opening up a can of worms by illegally discriminating based on religion or something else. You are denying the people their right to religious freedom, just like Roland should not be discriminated against because of his sexual orientation. Your own policy states this, that you will not discriminate based on religion. So if a Muslim group wants to raise their flag, then they can go through the same process as the Christian flag group did to get their flag raised. That is fair. That is not showing preference to one group or religion. That is following your own policy. Separation of church and state means that you cannot adopt and require your city employees or anyone else to follow one religion only. You cannot do that as a city council. But that's what that means. You cannot adopt one religion and require it. That is what that means. It does not mean that you can't raise a Christian flag, because then you're discriminating against a Christian group. You are literally following your own discrimination clause illegally. You are discriminating based on religion. So if Roland is not to be discriminated based on his sexual orientation, which he shouldn't be, then the religious groups should not be discriminated on based on theirs. It makes no sense that you are keep tiptoeing around this. You are going to have a legal fight on your hands. It will happen. This is not a threat. It will happen. You will be sued because there's already a group that have paperwork ready to go to sue the city. And like Honor said, you cannot afford this. You are a little town. You're a little small city. You can't afford more lawsuits. You can't. So.
Thank you.
Next, we have Elia Salinas. We will unmute you.
Good evening, thank you. I wouldn't worry about a lawsuit. It's probably the same people that are trying to do the recall the mayor. They know exactly what they're doing. So listen, I completely agree. The Christian flag should not be flown at City Hall because of separation of church and state. You had speakers there speaking for the entire community. That Christian flag does not represent myself nor a large, quiet majority. It is irrelevant what religion we do not practice. That flag that you're talking about on this item is for Christianity. You must keep the church and state separate. And it's not about the commandments, we'd be a great society. It's about morals. It's not about commandments. When a child is born and starts growing up, the parents teach it between right and wrong. Parents teach them right and wrong because of morals and not because of some 10 commandments. The idea of putting up a Christian flag is only come about because of the LGBTQ plus flag, the rainbow flag that went up. And it was, if you're gonna fly that, then we're gonna do this. This is all what this is about. You have these people here calling out that the Christian flag represents everybody, but they were the ones who claim that they don't want the gay flag up there because it's immoral. The lifestyle is immoral. They call it a lifestyle. Was there or was there not a letter sent to the governor's office or to the attorney general's office for a decision on this? And if it was sent, would you please tell the public when the letter was sent with regards to this decision? Because it's very important that it was requested, and we need to know when was the letter sent. And this either can go up today for it can die for no action, or it's going to die because it's going to be 2 and 2 and it's going to be brought up. You need to bring an end to this matter, unfortunately, and maybe wait until your 5th council person is there. But even when a 5th person comes on, I doubt that you're going to be able to get allow this to go through. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize for sounding a little sharp, should I say. I just wanted to apologize for that. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. You can't start a fire and then say, oh, this is so frustrating. I didn't start the fire. I completely agree with Ms. Salinas. The only reason that this came about was because of the LGBTQ plus
That's a
pride
lie.
flag.
That's a lie.
Councilmember.
I am way out of order.
Councilor Perez,
I'm way out of
but
order,
please.
and so is this man over here. So I just wanted to
Let's
say
be
that.
respectful.
So if you need to find me, find me.
Thank you.
But you are wrong, Roland, and
Thank
so are
you.
you,
You can't-
Elia.
you can't
This was
play
not.
tit for
This was a
tat.
unity poll.
This
It
is-
was about everybody.
This is what happens when we play those games. If there is a tied vote tonight, I will vote to break that tie. I guarantee you that. If we're gonna go there, let's go there. Bring it on, bring the circus on, bring the theatrics on, bring the drama on. We don't need to go there. We shouldn't have gone there in the beginning. The LGBTQ plus flag is a human rights issue. I am a Catholic of faith. I raised my daughter.
Point
in
of order,
Catholic
please.
faith.
Point of order.
Councilmember
We're supposed
Perez.
to be talking about the Christian flag.
Perez,
Point of order.
I'm going to allow him to continue. As you heard many people tonight here referencing the same issue.
They're not council members.
No, but they're part of the public and they had their opinions on this. It's all reflecting to the same
Okay,
issue.
so we're not going to stick to
We are,
what this
sir.
is. We're going to talk about the
Sir.
pride flag.
We are.
We are?
We're sticking to this. We're going through.
And you're out of order.
Mr.
You're out of order
Resendez,
for letting them
sir.
do this now.
Sir, please.
I don't need a flag hung up in front of City Hall to declare what my religion and what my faith and what my family values are.
So
I
I'm
know
going to be
what that
walking
is.
out of city council because you are not taking control of
No,
the
we
situation
are
according
taking
to.
control of the situation, sir.
So let me know.
Thank you, sir. Are you
So-
finished, Mr. Resendez?
The point I'm trying to make is there's a huge difference and we should never have gone there. Look at the division, the anger, the resentment that this has caused. I would like for the flag to not get hung up today. And I would like for us, when we get to the next item, to consider rescinding the flag proposal because of where we find ourselves today. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Perez, please. We can hear you from here, Mr. Perez. Mr. Perez, Mr. Perez. Thank you, Mr. Perez. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
Is there any other comments or questions from council? Is there a motion tonight on this item?
I move that we deny the resolution to hang a Christian flag.
There's a motion. Is there a second? I will second the motion. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Perez?
You have a quorum. You can't vote on it. You have a quorum.
We have a quorum.
We have 3. City Attorney, what do I put for Councilmember Perez? Is it recused or abstained?
Well, he's returning,
He's returned.
so let's see how he wants to vote.
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, public comments closed. Thank you.
Please. You know, if there's going to be anyone that's totally out of control, let the councilman be. You're wrong. You're totally
Sir,
wrong about it.
please.
And this flag is not, has nothing to do
Sir,
with any other flag.
We've closed it. Now we're voting at this point.
Okay,
Thank you.
and then as soon as I'm finished, you can vote. This
no,
has nothing to
sir,
do with any other
sir,
flag
no, this
except
is
for
not the way we're
representing
doing
a
this,
part of
sir.
our community.
We're following the rules.
Oh, now you want to follow the rules?
We're already in a motion and we're in a vote right now.
Okay, I vote yes.
Discussion's over.
Wait, can we repeat the motion since?
Yeah, the motion by Vice Mayor Resendez was to deny the resolution, and it was seconded by the mayor. So now I'm doing the roll call vote. Councilmember Perez?
So this is to deny the resolution? No.
Okay.
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
So it was a 2-2 vote.
Motion did not carry.
So it did not carry, but does it continue?
Well, the motion does not carry, so there's always an option for a council member to make a different motion or to move on to the next item.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the request.
All right. There's a motion and a second.
A second.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez?
No.
So that was a 3-1 vote to
Motion
approve?
carries 3-1.
Okay,
Yes.
so it carries. Thanks.
Thank you. We're now going to move to item F4.
That's also me. Okay. Okay. So this item before you, Resolution 2021-188, is to adopt a resolution that rescinds in its entirety Resolution 2021-82, which was the flag policy. The flag policy was adopted by council on May 3rd, 2021. Since then, City Council has found that the policy did not have the desired effect within the community. So at the last council meeting, it was requested to bring this item before council and consider adopting the resolution to rescind the resolution that adopted the flag policy. So the flag policy would be rescinded if this resolution tonight is adopted.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments from council? Do we have any comments from the public?
Yes. Sandy Patterson?
Now that you didn't get your way, you're going to rescind it. Then do as Roland Resendez
Ma'am,
stated,
we're not-
wait
we're
a
not gonna
minute,
go
I'm
into
talking.
personal things
I
now,
have the
of course.
floor, and
We
Robert's
are-
Rules of
no,
Order
we are
state that
not-
I have 3
we are
minutes,
not
so
gonna
you
make
need to
this
be
personal.
quiet.
We are not gonna be personal, ma'am.
Okay.
We are not gonna be personal. This is about the
No,
item,
no, no.
about the policy.
Excuse me, New York Times versus Sullivan, 1964, states, I have the freedom of speech, and that was the U.S. Supreme Court case. And you have to sit there and be quiet
We're on
and
that
listen.
item.
Yes, you do.
He is
That's
right.
the U.S. Supreme Court.
He is right. He
Please
is right.
speak.
You have
Ma'am,
3
on
minutes
this
to talk
item.
about this.
Anyhow, 19 Flag Code, 1996 U.S. Code Title 36 states the flag can be flown. You're going to fly the Christian flag. You're going to fly it. Now you're going to rescind that. You're going to take the, why don't you just take the pole down? One of the council members, as of August 27th, I didn't want the pole in the first place. Take it down. Then take it down. Don't have it at all. You spent $12,500 for a flagpole and you didn't need to. You got to fly your pride flag. That's all you wanted. No other flag is flown. How does that look? You're not transparent, you're wishy-washy. The whole thing. It's just like not letting people talk. You need to know your Constitution. You need to know your U.S. history. And apparently you don't.
Ma'am, on the item, please.
So, if you're going to rescind it, then just take the whole flagpole down. You wasted $12,500 of the taxpayers' money just to fly the pride flag. Nobody's arguing about that. But don't use San Juan Bautista as an example, because they can't even fly it right. They put the pride flag above the American flag. That's a no-no. The only time that is done is on a U.S. naval ship by a chaplain, and it's the Christian flag that goes above the American flag. And it's during the service. Know your history. You don't know.
Ma'am, stay on the item, please.
So, but you need to grandfather the Christian flag in, because that's before this.
It has
Fly
nothing to
it.
do with that item, ma'am.
You brought that, you passed it, so you can take the flagpole down and not fly it.
Next, we have Brent Snow.
Okay, let's have a great evening here. I just want to once again express my appreciation to the council for passing actually a good pluralist flag policy and for recognizing Constitution Week once again. So in accordance with the mayor's request that the citizens of Hollister affirm the ideals and framers of the Constitution in 1788 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained, especially religious freedom. My goal here tonight is to have 2 or more of the council support amending the existing policy instead of replacing the policy. And here are some good reasons to do so. First, rescinding the policy goes against the values of plurality and inclusivism that you currently promote in the pluralist policy, which is a good pluralist policy. So why would you spend public money to become less inclusive? The suggested model flag policy, which I've read in several sources of San Juan Bautista, does not include this freedom of religious values. Second reason, why would you want to follow San Juan Bautista? They don't represent the citizens of Hollister. Hollister's bigger and has more inclusive values. In that San Juan Bautista does not allow for religious flags to be flown is extremely ironic in the fact that it was the mission that put them on the map. Why would you want to follow a city's example that doesn't recognize their own history in their flag policy? Third, the difficulties which we're witnessing here tonight. I truly believe these frustrations of the citizens and the council are just procedural and not philosophical. The council can make procedural changes to the policy, adjust the application process, and streamline the operation of the policy so that council members can delegate this task to city staff. So we're asking you, do the hard work that elected officials are elected to do. Keep the freedom of religious expression in any amended flag policy. Stick with your current pluralist policy, inclusive. Don't exclude the faith community from community participation. So let me just close with this.
Thank you, sir.
Place the
Sir.
stone in your shoe. Please consider changing
Thank
your
you.
mind. Amend, not rescind.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Next, we have Tony Avila.
Good evening once again. I had a whole host of things that we're going to say, but enough negativity has been said by now. And I want to say, to keep the level down, from day one, you guys' minds have been made up on just willing to fly the LGBTQ gay flag, pride flag. That is very unfortunate because as I reread your first day victory celebration you had, and a few of you spoke, and I'll be quoting KSBW, Channel 8, and also San Benito Link. I read and listened and understood what happened. The speakers were allegedly waiting for a time as today to implement what you always wanted to, and that would be a 24/7 pride flag flying in Hollister. Allegedly, also stated was the Morgan Hill policy at our day one meeting. And I said, I am not interested in Morgan Hill's policy. I live here in Hollister. Again, I was going to continue to say, to adopt San Juan Bautista is unacceptable. We are residents of Hollister and members, and as members, you should think in the best interest for Hollister people. And also, I'm saying, by definition, unity means being in harmony or one in spirit and united in agreement. Thus far, this poll has been very divisive and has shown none of the above as far as what harmony means. What the definition of unity means. And I also agree that we should not resend, but work a little bit more on the quality that you have set forth as guidelines. You guys want to reinvent the wheel? I feel that it is working. We have a fair process of the signatures. We have an oversight by the city clerk office to timestamp and validate signatures. The one thing I kind of disagree on is I don't think we should have to have a city member, a council member, be named on citizens' request to fly a flag. The two flags are flying. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
All right, next on Zoom, we have Stephanie Castro. We will unmute you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. What in the world is your basis for rescinding your original resolution in its entirety? Where did this come from? Is it because you don't like jumping through your own hoops that you deviously imposed on the public, hoping they would not bother? going through all the trouble and difficulty the way you designed it to be? You think by adopting a totalitarian policy similar to San Juan Bautista's that your process will somehow align and be comparable? You are comparing apples to oranges. First of all, they never proposed or approved taxpayer dollars for not one, but 2 additional flagpoles. They have one pole, they fly a flag underneath the one pole. Their costs are minimal. They didn't use taxpayer dollars to erect 2 poles. By voting to replace it tonight, to follow San Juan's policy is essentially doing whatever you want, deciding on it without public involvement or input. We all know that this points to a specific agenda to fly a specific flag. Roland never had any intention of flying other flags on a unity pole.
Okay, again, we're not going to go to
For a
personal
self-serving agenda.
calling.
It does not reflect the entire community of Hollister at all. It does not reflect me. It does not reflect 90% of the community. So when Elia says that the Christian flag doesn't reflect her, this doesn't reflect me and a lot of people. So I'm sorry, but if we're both in a protected class, how is it that one can be flown and one not? So your policy was fine. We jumped through your hoops. We called your bluff. And now you're going to change it because there's too many people that are actually following it? And it's too difficult for you guys to follow yourselves? Is that what this is about? This is ridiculous. Once again, you are making a mockery out of your own process. Everyone deserves equal protection and equal rights. And if you think that we're bluffing on a lawsuit, you're crazy. This will go to a lawsuit. I mean, Elia has one filed against you guys herself.
Please you don't need to mention other people, just state your case.
So this is
on
another
this
bait
item.
and switch. This is another bait
Again,
and switch tactic.
Please stay on the item.
Proposing something and to get it passed at any cost, and then lying and deceiving the community into believing that your motives were pure. But then, surprise, you're not following your own policy, and you decide out of the blue to slap the people in the face and rescind it because you know your base for support and your flag flying is a slam dunk. So you just want one flag flown. You purposely did
Thank
this
you very
and threw a
much.
monkey wrench into
Thank
it.
you.
The next speaker on Zoom is Elia Salinas. We've unmuted you.
Thank you. So government uses other government and municipalities, ordinances, policies. Everybody cuts and pastes and comes up with a policy. I'm not exactly sure what the confusion is, or maybe that just the public is not aware of how things work. But with coming up and saying that now you're going to, you've changed your mind and everybody's entitled to. I mean, I don't know how many times an ordinance is passed and then you come back later on and you know what, there's an error in here. There's no clarification on here. So now we're gonna clarify it. And kudos to the council for saying, hey, you know what? We didn't get it right. It's one of the things the mayor always says, let's go slow. Let's take our time. We want to get it right. This was rushed, and now you're back trying to take care of it. And I appreciate the fact that that is what's happening. Christians are not persecuted people, okay? They're not a protected class. I don't understand, and I hope you all understand, because I'm trying to understand
We're going to
that.
stay on the item. It's not about Christians or LGBTQ. It's about the policy. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, then the policy as it stands needs to be tweaked or it needs to be rescinded. And you all have made a choice that you're going to rescind it. And I was never for a policy that a person had to go out and get 100 signatures. And I didn't even want minors in there, but then, one of the council members said, no, let's get minors involved so they can get involved in the process. I thought it should only be registered voters that should do this. It turned into too much for the city clerk to have to go through this and have to go through all those documentations. I don't think people realize what work has to get done with this policy. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions from council? Councilmember
Mayor
Burns.
Velazquez, please.
Go ahead, sir.
So I'd like to first of all get some clarification from Mr. Epperson. As I understand how things have unfolded this evening, not taking into account, or actually, as I think this is, I say it, taking into account that we're proposing to rescind the current policy on flags, doesn't mean we're not going to fly the Christian flag. As I understand it, we are going to fly the Christian flag regardless of what goes on this vote of council. Am I on point?
That's correct, Councilmember Burns. That motion was adopted. It has nothing to do, there's a prior item, has nothing to do with this item.
Thank you. And then from the city clerk, if I could get clarification, we're not proposing to adopt the San Juan Bautista policy, are we?
No, this item tonight is just whether you want to rescind the current policy. If you want to request to come back at a later date with a new policy, you can do that. But if we rescind this policy, it essentially means that we just don't have one for the time being.
Thank you for the clarification there as well. And so if I understand things clearly, and I think I do, ultimately, we did receive a proposal to look at, which was the San Juan Bautista policy. And I can say that I had two concerns about the San Juan Bautista policy, and it was a good starting point. But I didn't like the fact that it excluded religion, and I didn't like the fact that it seemed to exclude the community from approaching a council member. And so as I understand what we're proposing to do is a council member can bring something directly to the council, or somebody in our community could reach out to any one of the council members, not necessarily their district, but any council member, and ask them to consider bringing it to the dais. Am I on point? Is this what we're here to talk about tonight?
Sorry, Councilman Burns, you are correct.
Thank you. So having said that, I'm absolutely going to support rescinding the existing policy, and I have heard what public comment has said all throughout the night, and I do believe that in many cases this policy has been divisive as opposed to what the intentions were, and I do support people being able to approach our council members, any of us, and I do support religion as well, regardless of the religion, bringing it forward as so. And so I'm absolutely going to support this because it might not be the be-all, end-all, but I think it's a better process than the current process. And if we need to go in and create a new policy, we certainly have the ability to do so. But I think that we will be in a better place. So I am 100% going to support the revoking of this policy. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for that clarification, Councilmember Burns. I was a little bit confused too. I just want to make it clear. The majority of this council approved the flying of the Christian flag, the Blue Lives flag, and the LGBTQ plus flag. All of those flag proposals were brought forth through our existing flag policy that we adopted. It's happening. Every single one that came were approved as of tonight. So we are not hypocrites. We didn't go back on our policy. We abided by our policy. It's over with. It's done and over with. From this point forward, I too support rescinding the policy because of all of the divisiveness that has come from it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Go
ahead, sir.
No. For the simple reason, I got a big ass headache. Excuse my language. I got a headache. I've had a headache for most of this day. But the and this policy is just way too much. It's there's nothing wrong with the application process. The only thing that's wrong with it is the processing of the application process. It's up here on the dais. If we've had no problems, I mean, because up to date, from my understanding, we've passed all the flags, but I think the date that I applied for the Christian flag was back in June. This is July. So, and you know, we have threats of going to the Attorney General. You know, I don't remember, the only thing that the pride flag had any issues with was fulfilling the application process, and that was with the picture. And once the picture was in, everything was approved. So, you know what, I don't see nothing wrong with the process. 100 signatures, maybe that's too much. But I think it leaves a level playing field for everybody. You know, I'm sick and tired of this issue. This is so ridiculous. I know I'm not the only one. I get phone calls all the time, and if anybody knows, if you call me, I answer my phone. If I don't answer it, I will call you back. I'm guaranteed. I will meet with you anytime. And I get it. I don't like hearing constituent against constituent, community against community. You're right, it's divisive. And you know what? I'm ashamed of my behavior up here at this time, but I am just so sick and tired of it. And you know what? I'm probably going to get attitude from a couple of people up here, and that's okay. I understand. But you know what? Whoever, I just, if this needs to be amended, I say amend it. So in the meantime, if you rescind this now, which is probably going to happen, you guys are going to rescind this, and so now we're not going to have a flag policy in place. So how soon before we get a flag policy in place? And so what's going to happen about someone wants to come in tomorrow and put up a flag, an application for the policy? We're not going to have one. So it's like, it's easier to amend this rather than rescind it. So, anyways,
Thank you. Go ahead. Do you have another comment?
I do,
Go ahead,
Mayor.
sir.
So I think Councilmember Perez, you bring up a good question. So assuming somebody walks in tomorrow and we've rescinded this policy tonight, and they want to say, I want to fly this particular flag at this particular time, how would that find its way to council? And would it be documented? And how would it, my presumption is it would have to get on a council agenda. So if I came in tomorrow, it may take 2 weeks till the next council meeting. And depending on if I came in the following Monday, it might not make it. It might be 3 weeks out, because typically it takes us 2 or 3 weeks to get something on our current agenda. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, that's correct. And we actually usually ask for 2 council meetings so that we can get it written up and then on. That's going to be the issue, is there is no policy, so it's going to be brought up by a council member. And we have always asked the council members bring it up under informational section of the agenda to put stuff on the next agenda.
So best case scenario, within 2 weeks, worst case scenario, within a month?
Correct.
And so again, by having no policy, in essence, we actually do. It's an informal policy.
Correct.
You bring it, and it's documented, and it comes forward, and then the council says either yes or no, and a simple majority would make that decision. Am I correct?
Correct.
And so with a current council of 4, that would require 3 out of 4. If one of the council members was absent for any reason, it would require unanimous 3 out of 3 vote.
Correct.
And with a council of 5, it would be a 3 out of 5. Am I correct?
Correct. Correct.
I honestly think this is relatively simple, and I actually think it can work. And again, if it doesn't work, I'm more than happy to bring it back and say, hey, we need to do something here. But I would like to see us move forward and try it, because I don't think it could create any more challenges than we've already created for ourselves with the initial policy. And so I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
And I would say,
oh, sorry.
exactly right. Exactly right. It makes this policy much simpler. A citizen of our community can go to a council member, request support to raise a flag. That council member would bring it through the process as you just mentioned. And if it's approved by a majority, that flag flies. Much simpler, easier, and we go through this without a lot of the misinformation that we're seeing. And I also want to say thank you for the recommendation or suggestion of putting additional flagpoles out there, because I thought that turned out really well and it looks beautiful. It really does, and I want to thank the city manager for getting it done so quickly to make that happen. So I'm proud of everything we've done. It was a little complicated, and I'm glad to hear that tonight we're looking at simplifying this in a way that just makes sense. And we can vote to support something, we can vote not to support something, but nobody should be criticized and attacked because of their votes. That's not what we're here for. We're here to have a discussion, have dialogue, civilized, and we move forward as a community. No reason to attack each other. Mr. City Manager, do you have another comment?
Yeah, only thing I was going to bring up is that if this policy is rescinded, that we would ask that people would be timely about their requests. And if you're bringing in a request that is at the last minute, that puts staff in a bad light. So we ask that that citizens would be timely and give us the up to 2 weeks to a month to get it on the agenda.
And we should understand it's more like likely the month. And we don't want staff to be burdened with more work or trying to scramble around to try to make it happen. So I think we all understand that. So we can live with that part of it, I believe. With that, is there a motion on this item?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2021-188, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister rescinding resolution number 2021-82, a policy on flag display.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are at 8:30. Why don't we take our 5-minute break?
because you got it done in the city hall.
All right, everyone, if we can,
Okay, right
we
here.
all take a seat again? Couple more minutes.
I just want to confirm.
Replacing the sewer line in Fremont. And that means we're gonna have to repave the whole thing. No sense whatsoever not to do this right now. So get with Renee. So we can just add it in. Do you guys know how big it needs to be?
I know that they, Henry was there, I just would like to get the project.
Internet-based options for public comment, but it's not gonna apply to us because
The seniors
we're
center.
well under that.
Do you have, is it funded already or what does it?
So that was, for the CIP project, it was $100,000.
Yeah, so I made a motion just from the.
Well, if we combine it, if we add the grease interceptor with this Fremont Way project, then, you're gonna get that, you're gonna get the benefit of the bigger project.
Okay. I spent a lot of money because my street accounts were so
All right, everyone, at this time, we are going to resume the meeting and move to item F5.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and City Council. Tina Garza, Recreation Services Manager. Before you is resolution number 2021-189, and it's a request for a street closure for our annual Treat Street event scheduled on Sunday, October 31st, 2021. Are there any questions?
Any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Stephanie Castro on Zoom. Okay, you're unmuted.
Actually, I was just calling to tell you, you guys have a bunch of typos on your resolution to rescind. It says that the council did have the necessary outcomes with your proposal.
That is an item that we're already passed and done with. We're on item
Yeah,
F5.
well, you guys got to fix your typos.
Yeah, thank you.
If it's an administrative error, we can fix it.
I know, you'll be able to fix it.
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion from the
Mr.
council?
Mayor, I've got something to say.
Go ahead, sir.
I just want to thank Tina and the rec department. Like always, I'm a big fan of your guys' work, especially recently. This was one of the events that you started, I think, and it's such a community win for us. Thank you guys and all the hard work you do, and I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you.
It is very fun.
Mayor, can I add also that because this is going to be on a Sunday, a lot of businesses are closed, but we're asking for donations and any sponsorships, and we would hope that a lot of these businesses that are normally closed on Sunday, we're actually open to participate because it is a great community event. And I think Councilmember Perez asked, I have the authority to close the street. One of the main reasons we do bring these forward when we know it's far in advance is to advertise these great events so that we ask, like I say, the community to come out and participate. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor
Go ahead, sir.
Velasquez, thank you. City Manager, are we, or have we in the past partnered with like HDA? Again, I mean, it would seem that they could bring some great resources to the conversation. And so I would ask that if we're not, we do, and if we do, I'd like to know more.
Yeah, we do definitely on anything downtown. We communicate on usually at lunch quite often. But I will push with them to push their members to participate a lot more than we're getting feedback on right now.
Thank you.
You might want to include the Chamber of Commerce also.
Yeah, we will.
Yes, because they have one hand, they're both, one's the left, one's the right hand.
Correct. I agree fully.
Thank you. Was there a motion?
Motion to approve resolution number 2021-189.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We're now going to move to item G1, reports from city.
I'm sorry, just thank you, as always, thank you, council, for your support on these activities that we put on.
Thank you. We're going to move to item G1, report from city council members regarding their committees. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Perez.
Met with Integrated Waste Management. We're going to be hearing an awesome presentation, and that's it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Resendez.
Nothing to report, sir.
My report is I met with our mobility partnership group. That's the group from Santa Clara County, VTA. We meet together to discuss our issues with 101, 25, and how we can partner. The progress on the 101, 25 new interchange is moving along. The designs are coming through, so that's looking good. Still scheduled to start construction 23. Mayor from Gilroy and Mayor from Morgan Hill are both involved now. They are looking towards getting more information to see what we can be doing to widen or add another lane on 101. It's really important to have their participation in this because really it comes down to those two cities to try to get the support from the rest of Silicon Valley to get that road widened. So it's a long process, but it's nice to have them on board, and I'm looking forward to having more meetings, because we all know, even if we fix Highway 25, we have to get there. And 101 is a bottleneck, so I'm looking forward to continuing that work with them. And all the other reports are everything's running well. We also have decided as a group to really focus, push hard to get Highway 25 done within that 8-year time span, because there's a lot of hurdles in there. We can't afford to have what happened to Highway 156 happen here, where that project should have taken 8 to 10 years, ended up taking 20 to 30 years to finally happen. So we're moving hard on it, working towards it, and that's my update for committees. We will now move to item G2, informational reports from City Council. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. For Councilmember Perez's benefit, my laundry list is quite abbreviated tonight. And so a couple comments came up in public comment from different speakers, and so I know we've had conversations, I just don't remember the specifics. And so City Manager Miller, my recollection was that we were talking at some point at Council Member Vice Mayor Resendez's request and council support to create a historical commission and or a historical preservation commission or committee, and for the life of me, I don't remember what the status is on that. Can anybody remind me where we're at with that?
Yeah, I know we started the process. Nova, do you remember that? Or Abraham? I know we kind of ran into a roadblock, so I'll have Abraham discuss that.
Yeah, I believe Christine was also involved when that vote occurred. And I believe the next steps would be to start the process of recruiting for the commissioners to try to get a historic preservation commission going on. So that would be the next step. I know that we had a discussion that time that we were going through the update of the general plan, and we were considering whether to wait or not wait. But I think that the resolution was to adopt it and get it going. And instead of meeting like on a monthly basis, we can look at to do like a quarterly type of meeting. So I can get with Christine and Nova to discuss the application process to start getting the historical commission going with the officers.
Perfect, thanks. I just
You're
didn't
welcome.
want that to fall off the radar. The question about cleaning the sidewalk in a historical part of our community, I think it triggered my thought. And
Sure.
I'm going, yeah, I mean, no, we can't protect our historical properties quick enough, in my opinion.
Sure.
So thank you, sir. I
Sure,
appreciate that
you're welcome.
comment. I wanted to confirm, because there seems to have been some misunderstandings or misconceptions. Mr. Miller, what did the 2 flagpoles cost? Was it like $12,500?
It was, that's how much I was given. I believe it was like, I'll get back to everybody. I thought it was like 7,000 or something like that.
But it certainly wasn't 30 or 40,000
Correct,
that was
correct.
alluded to this evening?
Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm also curious, I've heard some comments from the community tonight that have concerned me, and I too have witnessed some issues with these new little zippy scooter things that are ripping around town. And people not wearing helmets, people not abiding by the laws. And so, Chief, I don't know that your department would have any statistical data currently as it relates to, I'm not suggesting necessarily that we need to take a hard line in a lot of enforcement, maybe a softer line with education, and I won't put you on the spot now, but if maybe within a month we could get some data about the law enforcement's concerns and enforcement, I think that would be helpful, because I know that this is a pilot project, and if we've got our citizens walking on the sidewalk in fear, I will never support that pilot program going forward, even if it creates great joy, and certainly accidents where they've either been at fault or they've gotten crunched because of inattentive drivers. I would like the statistical data. My sense is it's like a 6-month pilot program. Is that what I recall?
Yeah, it was 1 year.
Okay. So yeah, I would just like to ask for that data. I'm not looking for any responses now, unless you gentlemen have something you want to share, and then I'd certainly welcome that.
The one response I would have is the concern was the Vets Memorial Courtyard. We found out that people were using those on the steps, and so we've asked Bird to set up their GPS to block that area out, and we'll work with them a little bit more to try to get people off the sidewalks. They should be able to grid that out so that they're not on the sidewalks.
The other question I had is, how fast are they, what's their top end speed? And if there's an opportunity to maybe put some sort of a governor or a regulator, I don't see why they need to go 30 miles an hour, and I don't know that they do, but.
I believe the top speed is 22 miles an hour, and I'll find out if there's a governor to get them down to 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may add, the laws concerning the helmet, it's only up to 15 miles an hour. So unless they're regulated to 15 miles an hour, and then it is a violation for someone, an adult, to ride that in excess of 15 miles an hour. So my understanding was that they're going to be regulated to 15, and I've been told that they can go faster. We haven't clocked one or anything with our radar, but that would be my recommendation, is to regulate them to 15 miles an hour to be compliant with the law of no helmet for an adult to be riding it.
Chief, thank you. I appreciate your comments. I know personally that, you know, anybody that goes off a motorcycle, or if you're a pedestrian, you get hit at 30 miles or more, the likelihood of you having a fatality is significantly increased by that sheer trauma that happens when you come off. And if they're not wearing a helmet, that's carelessness, but I also understand the spontaneity of wanting to ride. And you know, often a day like today, I'm sure there were a lot of people in flip-flops and sneakers and shorts and tank tops out there rolling around on them, and they're going to just be a mess when they come off.
Correct. And also, one of the Bird representatives is supposed to be here on the 25th for the HDA car show, handing out helmets at that time. So hopefully that people will take advantage of getting some of those helmets so that they do ride them in a safe manner.
You know, and I wasn't aware of that, Mr. Miller, but I also wonder if maybe we couldn't approach them to maybe give us, I don't know, I'm just going to arbitrarily pick a number, 500 helmets to then give to our police department. So as part of their education, when they see these knuckleheads ride them without helmets, that they go, here, now put it on, now wear it, and wear it in good health. You know, sometimes something free serves a much better message than an enforcement citation, which in some cases might need to happen as well. But
right.
You know, sometimes in the old days, the fire departments could get free smoke detectors, and the education campaign is so much more effective in most cases. And so maybe if they're going to give them out, why not give our public safety some of those as well? Go ahead, Chief.
Not to throw anyone under the bus, but Acting Chief Bedolla was telling me about some of the fire responses that they've gone to with some people falling or getting hit by them. So I don't know that right now we're actually tracking them, but it would need an effort on our part to actually track the incidents that are involving a bird. But if that's a concern as well, see how many medical calls that our public safety officers have gone to regarding these vehicles.
Well, first of all, Chief, I'm fine with you throwing our acting fire chief under the bus, as long as it's not a fire truck. And I think that would be very helpful for this council moving forward to do a thorough and fair assessment of the value versus the risk and the consequence.
Yeah,
So-
definitely agree.
So I think that would be great. And then finally, I'd like to ask that the council consent to bringing forward in maybe a month or two. I would very much like to take a look at the cannabis ordinance. I've expressed it multiple times that I don't think it's in the council's best interest to be the decider of fact in appeal hearings or revocation hearings. And so I would like to have and I don't know, maybe it'd be better on a special meeting or something, but I don't think I've looked at it, I don't think it's that complicated. And I think that there could be some simple revisions, kind of as we've gone full circle on the flag policy. I think there could be some value to that. And so if the council would be supportive, I'd like to do that. Mayor, that completes my comments. Thank you, sir.
Actually, if I can add on, staff has already worked on some of those revisions, but that would be up to the council. Do you want a special meeting, or do you just want it part of a regular meeting?
This is a conversation we've had for a while that we need to meet again.
Okay.
As expressed earlier, there are a few licensees that are holding their licenses, trying to sell them, and that's not what this was about. We need to go back and make sure the licenses are being applied for are either being used or they lose their licenses, and also the actual revenue we are receiving from these licensees. And I think there was a conversation we had at the very beginning that they were going to find a way to get out of paying a lot of these fees, and that's exactly what has happened. So we need reality to it to make sure we're covering all bases and make it better.
We will do a special meeting for that.
Yeah, I think special meeting to give us really time to really go through it and understand it.
Correct. And
big item.
They've started it, so it should be fairly soon.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez?
I was just trying to figure out, was that a report or was that a conversation? Because I thought it was Tim Burns was giving his report, and yet we had 3 people talking, and we talk about the rules. So anyways, like I was saying, solar lights. What's the report on the solar lights? Because we're missing, 6th Street is missing some light over there. It's getting darker earlier. We're having more dark time than daytime, nighttime than daytime. Also, is anyone following up with the light that goes on at Dunn Park for the American flag? This has been going on for a long time, and so I was just wondering, maybe you can give me an update on that after I'm done.
Sorry,
September 17th, we had the Mexican Independence Celebration here at the Veterans Park, combined with the music in the park, Thursday music in the park, was a great thing. Actually, it was mostly the music in the park. It was a great celebration day for the Hispanic culture here. I'm looking forward to next year finding some staff. Maybe, I don't know if we are going to get an ad hoc committee together or how this has to happen, but to do a celebration for a large portion of our community, which seems to be Hispanic. And the city cleanup. Sorry I wasn't there, guys. I kind of, yeah, you know, some people do anything to get out of work, right? But you guys did a great job. You always do a great job. It's so important to people just walk around our city. I go through downtown pretty often, and I see trash. Walking down Hillcrest, Santa Ana, we see all kinds of stuff out there, and for all the city cleanup, it's like really great. And so to the public, please, before you think of throwing something out your window, just put it in your car, put it in a trash can. Also, I keep trying to remember to call. I want to get a hold of somebody in the water district to find out. I know we're going to be having a meeting with them about I don't think it's pertaining to our water. What's the future of our water resources? I mean, yeah, we got our tables are full, but basically the way I look at it, we're on reserve tanks. And what happens when that's gone if we're not going to get any rain this year or next year? I know the really sad part about that is I won't be able to jet ski. So, but the good part is I won't break my other ankle. But I'd really like to see. I don't know if our city water district, or are we coming up with any volunteer conservation stuff? Or are we going to wait till the last minute when it's like the house is on fire and we don't have no more water?
So currently we have 10% conservation volunteer. We ask all the public to try to save 10% of their current usage, but that will be part of the conversation for the water supply meeting that we'll be having in the near future.
So how is this being advertised? Because I haven't seen it on my water bill. How are we asking these people? How are we reaching out to help, to ask our residents to help each other?
Yeah, there was a information sent out, I believe, about a month ago, when it might have been done 2 months ago, when they implemented the 10% volunteer conservation.
I think we should be a little bit more proactive and send something out a little bit more regular than that.
Okay.
I think with the Colorado River drying up, with all the lakes drying up, I don't know if anyone else knows about it, but it's like there's a lot of empty lakes out there, and so I think water is really important to us. But anyways, what else was I going to say? I wanted to thank for the staff for Chapel Road and Chapel and what road was that?
Chapel and Maple?
Maple, yeah, for addressing that issue right away. That's neat when our staff just reacts and attacks that stuff right away. I know we also have some I have some complaints about some the right-of-ways being blocked on 7th Street with some signage and some garbage cans. I'd like to see those issues addressed. I brought this up numerous times. This time I'm just bringing it up in open council. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. I was hoping that if and when we go to hiring or contracting with landscapers, that we prioritize hiring local landscapers. If we can ensure that they get to apply for the RFPs and we provide them all the information, everything they need to know. And I've had that conversation with the city manager. So I'm hoping my colleagues will agree with me. I don't know if we've got to bring it back as an item, but I'm just hoping that if and when we get to that, we hire local contract landscapers. I've had a request. Is Tina still in the audience? I'm assuming
Yes,
she is. Tina's concert series, that it was very successful. I've heard a lot of good things about it. I did have a request to have a more Spanish music presence there, and I do have a contact for you that's willing to help out, Tina, if you'd like. And I understand that this year is probably all wrapped up, but maybe we can include some more Mexican music nights on it. But kudos to you, and I just think it's phenomenal what you've done there, and keep up the good work. But if we can maybe include a couple more Mexican music nights whenever you decide to do it again, that would be awesome. I like the idea of the scooters, just hearing what the conversation was about, just lowering it to 15 miles per hour. That's a great idea. And of course, getting out helmets regardless, right? Because you should always wear a helmet, I believe. And then I do too would like to see the statistics about how many incidents we've had to go respond to. So if we can make that a priority, I'd appreciate it. And then lastly, I just wanted to remind people to get vaccinated. I know this is a touchy subject, but I've seen it, especially this last week for some reason in our community, how it's touched people close to me, I would say. I don't want to say too much, but I've seen the effects of people dying this past week firsthand. And there's one gentleman, I believe him and his family, the Demise District, and he passed away of COVID. And before he passed, he wanted to document his journey on social media. I think he was very brave to do that. And he is he's a person of faith. And he said that God was going to save him, and he was taking hydroxychloroquine, and that he doesn't want to be muzzled by a mask or vaccinated. And then he continued to document his journey. And then at one point he was in the hospital on 200% air with a nasal and a mask. And he wanted everybody to hear his message. And I think it's an important message. And I really, really appreciate him and his family for sharing that message, that he admitted he was wrong, that he was a big proponent of the vax. He said at the time there were 12 people in the hospital. They were all unvaccinated, and it could have been prevented. He urged people to get vaccinated, and unfortunately he did pass away a couple days ago. And if it's okay with my colleagues, I know a lot of people have been touched by COVID. I know that we don't typically do this, but I think that his message in particular, because we see this all over the internet, but this is Hollister. These are our constituents, our citizens. And this hit home, especially for me, because he lives right around the corner from me. And I think that I would like to, if it's okay with my colleagues, close in the memory of Cy L. Nunez in our meeting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would ask if possible, actually a few people died in our community in the last week, if we can maybe adjourn in the memory of all of them. I know we don't have all their names here, but several people have passed away in the past week, so I think it's important to recognize that.
Isn't Saturday also commemorative day?
Friday.
It is.
Friday?
Isn't it Friday?
I'm not sure.
I think it's Friday, the 24th at 11 a.m. at the county building.
That's correct, Councilmember Burns.
Is that it, sir?
Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. I have a few things also. Roads, I want to thank all the staff, our engineering, that got these roads improved. They're looking really nice. No, it's not the end of it. We have a lot more to go, but it's nice to see 5th Street, Washington, Rustic, and know we're going to be starting McCarthy Park area pretty soon, and then many, many, many more streets. So it's exciting to see it happen. And as we're doing it, also the traffic calming or safety improvements throughout the city and adding bike lanes. And if we add more bike lanes, maybe those scooters can use those bike lanes and be safe. And I really mean it. I think a lot of people are afraid of being on the street because there are a lot of reckless drivers in our community. So I think with a bike lane, we're going to start seeing more people using it. But I totally agree that we need the stats on that to see what's going on to make sure it's no more than 15 miles an hour. So great job to all of you on the work on the streets and all the work coming up. Caltrans, I did speak with Caltrans again about taking over the maintenance of Pinnacle National Highway. They're in favor of it. They're going to again get us the information so we can start talking about it. We see those weeds there, folks, and unfortunately, we're not allowed to touch that area unless they give us permission to do it, and they are working on it, and we should get that information soon. Get some of those weeds out of there. Hollister Litter Project, awesome work, guys. Nice to see the community come together. Our rec department working with them. Key Club, Superman, Jim Hart over there, always everywhere helping the community and all the kids involved. It was a lot of work, a lot of trash picked up, but a good portion of our city was cleaned up, and thank you so much to everybody involved in that process. Looking forward to doing it maybe once a quarter, pick different areas so we can keep getting our city clean. You know, a lot of it really is actually, people assume it's people throwing trash out the window. Unfortunately, some of it is that. A lot of it is really trash coming out of your pickup trucks out of the back. Please do not leave trash in your pickup. It is not a garbage can. And when you get to speed, that's why we see it on the more of the main roads, it lifts the trash and takes it out onto our streets. Please pick up your trash out of your trucks if you can, or cover it. There's a lot of conversations going on right now throughout the state. The state has now decided to have more direct control about growth in our communities without allowing our communities to make that decision. I met with a group of mayors that are discussing this. It looks like there's going to be an initiative put onto the ballot to take back control from the state to have communities decide their own fate on growth. That is probably coming in the next election. In the meantime, several communities are looking to prevent some of these issues from happening. One of them had a creative idea, and what they did was they redrew their city to make it a historical district throughout the city. So the laws do not apply to them any longer. It's like, well, that was a pretty clever idea. So there is creativity out there. Tina left. The concert series, oh, there she is. I've just been so happy to see the concert series. I'm looking forward to next season and see if we can have a stage set up every weekend and, you know, every few weeks hire a bigger name band to come out to downtown. So we're bringing in hundreds, if not thousands of people to downtown. Foot traffic is good. Some people might not understand that, but it's good. It's what we've been working towards. So I'm looking forward to next year's concert series, and then let's understand what we need to do to be ready as far as the stage or different things we need to get ready. So excellent job. And I agree, there does need to be more events for Spanish Mexican music and different genres throughout. So bluegrass, I love bluegrass. So hey, let's bring it on out. Okay?
Thank you.
And that is all I have on this, City Manager.
Well, thank you. Some of the items you brought up are some of the things that we're coming up with some solutions. I have a meeting coming up with COG to discuss that they're looking into and potentially should be able to get a beautification grant, which is for highways that are controlled by Caltrans, that they will give them a grant to clean up that kind of area. And they're looking at Santa Ana to somewhere, hopefully around Sunny Slope. So we'll be meeting on that and trying to get them to get that grant so that we can definitely clean up the entrance to our town. The other thing we're working on and should be coming hopefully within a month is we've been working on the bonds for road improvements and then also for our water improvements. So we'll be working on that and maybe to help secure those funds, maybe coming up with a little bit change to our reserve policy for some to put money towards roads also, and we'll bring that to council. Tina's been doing a great job, but I would like to remind everybody on September 25th, after the car show, we are having the car show after party where the city will bring in the miniature golf again, plus other activities and some other bands to have some more family entertainment after the car show. And then finally, I will be taking over for Rick from the League of California Cities. As you see, that Rick's scootering around and cannot make it, so I will be going to the League of California Cities conference for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I'll be available for, if you need me, usual methods of texting or calling. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Thank you. No report, Mr. Mayor.
Chief?
I just want to jump on the bandwagon of Tina doing a fantastic job. Was out there for the courtyard, concert in the courtyard. Great event. Saw Councilmember Perez out there. Everyone having a great time, so great for that. Also, last council meeting, it was brought up by some of the citizens, and it was brought up today about the stop sign on Maple and Chapel. Yeah, and I just wanted to point out that before the meeting was over, Abraham already tracked down the last study that was done. And unfortunately, it doesn't call for a stop sign there, but it didn't stop Abraham and Mark. They've been working on this, and they have a plan in place, and they're looking at additional studies. So the team's working on it and addressing the issue, and hopefully we can get some kind of resolution very quickly on this. Well, relatively quickly, but I just want to share that with the council.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Thank you. I just wanted to give just a quick update on the continuation of virtual meetings or hybrid meetings. Governor Newsom signed AB 361, which amends the Brown Act effective immediately to allow legislative bodies to continue to meet remotely during declared emergencies under certain conditions. So when he originally did an executive order to allow virtual meetings, it was going to expire at the end of this month. But this law was passed allowing virtual meetings for public agencies to continue. But it has just a couple of changes to the requirements for conducting remote meetings. And one of them is that you have to allow the public to comment in real time if they're doing it on Zoom. This might be a new thing for other agencies that weren't doing it, but our city has been doing that the entire time, so that's nothing new for us. The other thing is that if the council can't take action if there's a disruption in the virtual part of the meeting. So if we're conducting a meeting and Zoom goes out for whatever reason, council needs to stop taking action and wait for the internet to come back before proceeding. And then the last thing is that the council needs to meet remotely, or sorry, not meet remotely, but make periodic findings concerning the declared emergency and its effects. So I guess basically that's just saying every once in a while talk about why we're continuing it during an emergency. And this law will sunset on January 1st, 2024. So I just wanted to share that what I gather from this is that we can continue to do hybrid meetings the way we've been doing it. And that's all.
Thank you. We will now move to item G3. You're on.
I think we had a presentation prepared. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Integrated Waste Management is back again to share our updates on the Sustainable Foodware Ordinance. Updates will include the initial business focus group outreach that we've completed to date and some potential next steps for your consideration. Before we begin, and just to share some relevant information for this presentation, we did coordinate We did coordinate a community cleanup this past weekend with over 50 volunteers and many community partners. I'd say more than 50% of what I saw our volunteers cleaning up from our streets, our parks, our riverbeds were single-use plastics. Plastic cups, plastic straws, plastic bags, condiment packets. I encourage each of you on your next walk or your drive around town to see firsthand how problematic that the single-use plastic is as litter alone. Plastic reduction ordinances can greatly reduce this type of litter in Hollister and help us keep our community beautiful and clean. I'm going to hand it off now to Monica, our recycling intern, to share more on her work with the Hollister businesses so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Selena, for the introduction. I'm excited to be here today and present on this work in person this time. I first presented to the council back in May to introduce the idea of a sustainable foodware ordinance, and tonight I'm back with a follow-up presentation. So just a quick preview, I'll first be providing a quick summary on what I talked about last presentation, then feedback from our business focus group that we've surveyed in the past couple months, new research, and potential next steps. So in my last presentation, I shared more on the harmful impacts that single-use plastics have, not only on the environment and our wildlife, but also our own health. I then talked about some of the many benefits of adopting a plastic reduction policy in Hollister, one of them being carving the way towards meeting some of the 2040 general plan goals, such as becoming carbon neutral and meeting zero waste goals. I also talked about different ordinance examples and actions being taken by surrounding cities, such as Watsonville, Monterey, San Juan Bautista, and a couple more. I also was going to talk about a couple terms, but I'm going to skip over them for the sake of time. So last time I was here, I presented a three-phase ordinance approach that could be adopted as a Hollister ordinance. The first phase would include single-use plastic ban, a single-use plastic bag ban and a bag charge. Phase 2 would include plastic cup ban and cup charge. And phase 3, reusable dine-in food serviceware and compostable to-go food serviceware. So to give you a little bit more detail on each of the phases, phase 1 would require businesses to provide paper bags made of at least 40% recycled material. There would be a mandatory bag fee. This is only to compensate for the extra cost of the paper bags, as well as to encourage the public to bring their own reusable bags. We would also be banning single-use plastic bags. In phase 2, we would be banning plastic cups and require businesses to use approved compostable cups only. We would be banning plastic straws with the exception of having them available for people with disabilities. We would allow compostable straws, but only upon request. Similar to phase 1, there would be a cup fee, but only to cover the cost for the extra cost of the compostable cups, as well as to encourage people to bring their own cups from home. In phase 3, the final phase, Businesses would be required to serve all customers dining in on reusable plates, and all other utensils would have to be reusable as well. To-go food serviceware must be compostable. To-go utensils and condiments, napkins, all that sort of stuff would only be provided to to-go orders upon request. And for each phase, there would be some time in between. So for phase 1, it would be businesses would have to be in compliance 6 months after the ordinance is initially adopted. 6 months after that, they would have to be compliant with phase 2. So that's a total of a year. And after phase 2, they would have another year to be compliant with phase 3. So in total, businesses have 2 years to be fully compliant with the ordinance. So in the past couple months, we were able to develop a 10-question survey. We were able to talk to a total of 20 Hollister businesses. With each business, we talked to either owner or the supervisor. We were able to talk to both small local businesses as well as corporate larger businesses. We also tried to make it a point to speak to English and Spanish businesses. We were able to get about half and half, I'd say. And I want to share some of the results. So one of the questions we had was, as a business, how important is it to reduce your environmental impact? The reasoning behind this question was to see how willing businesses are going to be to work for them and if this is something that's important to them. Per our results, we saw that 75% of businesses thought it was either important or very important to make these changes. Another question we had was, do you have any concerns about reducing single-use plastic in your businesses, such as carry-out bags, cups, containers, and utensils? For this, we wanted to ask to see what the main concerns are and to start prepping for how we can overcome these concerns. Two of the main responses we got were lack of affordable alternatives and customer satisfaction. The runner-up answer, to our surprise, was no concerns at all. Another question we had was, how would you rate your knowledge on BPI certified compostable products? We wanted to ask this question to see how much education we should be doing with our businesses and just letting them know what other products are out there that are more environmentally friendly. Per our results, we can see that only 10% had a pretty good understanding. Everybody else had heard of it or not really known much about it or having not heard about it at all before the survey. The final question we had on our survey was asking businesses to provide us with any final feedback they have, and I want to share some of the quotes. So one of them is, it is difficult to get a hold of products that are environmentally friendly. There's a shortage of everything, so it can get expensive. I think it's also important to note that in the survey, we asked businesses what vendors they're using, and we hope to be able to work with these vendors to have them provide appropriate products and also let them know what other vendors are out there. One business told us that he has tried to contact vendors that pass through Hollister with appropriate products but aren't willing to stop in Hollister. So just working with those vendors and letting them know that these changes are happening and that it's important that they're willing to work with our local businesses. Another quote we had was, environmental changes are important for businesses, but they are not a priority. Right now, businesses are focused on staying open. I think it's important to remember these changes aren't going to happen overnight. We did the phase approach to help ease businesses into this, and we also want to provide them with as much support along the way. The last quote I want to share with you guys was, how are these changes going to be incentivized for businesses? What assistance is going to be offered? So again, I want to reiterate that we really want to focus on supporting businesses throughout the way and developing resources to help them get through this, especially like something like providing a list of appropriate vendors and other resources as well. So along with the survey, we also have done a couple other things. We met with the city of Watsonville to discuss their ordinance and how they've gone about it. We met with Rethink Disposable. They're an organization that work with businesses to help them switch from single-use items to fully reusable items. We were able to talk about some of their tactics and hopefully implement them here. We've attended webinar trainings to talk about what other people are doing, not just locally, but all around the state. And we're also working on obtaining partnerships to get local donations for business support. So moving forward, we're hoping to be able to talk to businesses citywide and potentially even the public to see how they would feel about these changes. We want to develop and obtain additional tools for business support, and we hope that IWM can draft an ordinance as well as draft an implementation plan for the city's consideration. And that's all I have for today.
Thank you very much. Questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I wholeheartedly support what you're proposing conceptually. I did hear you say that you had 20 people respond to your survey, and so I think that's a good start. But I would like to see maybe you guys work with the Hollister Downtown Association, the San Benito Chamber of Commerce, and maybe reach out to some of the larger entities like the United Grocers Association, because again, I understand the business's challenges, and a big part of it, I guess, and I'm encouraged by, you've said it at least a few times, public education and business education, because you know, at some point we need to get there, but I would like to make sure that we get as much community participation to ensure they have an opportunity to express their thoughts and feelings. And I appreciate the fact too that I heard you say that this isn't something that needs to happen immediately. There'd be a phased approach to it, and I very much agree with what you've said in that regard. I'd just like to see a much higher level of community engagement. Thank you for your work. I appreciate it. I think it's valuable. Thank you, Mayor. Those are my questions or comments.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments?
Sure. Yeah, I know that when I go to a restaurant, one of the things I look for, I don't know, just a weird thing about me, I look to see if they have a good napkin. If it's recyclable. I don't know. And straws. You know, are they is this a recycling business? And if they are, it just makes me feel better about where I'm eating. And but so with your program, you know, with the vendors having some issues with them stopping here in town, once they get more customers, they're going to be knocking on the doors. They're going to be bugging them. It's like that the robocall, you know, about the auto warranty. They're going to be calling all the time. So yeah, the more you roll this out, the more companies are going to come after us, after this community. So good job.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Quick question for you. How are we following along with the state? What are the state rules now with plastic bags?
So the state requires businesses to use at least 2.75 thick milliliter bags. Those are considered reusable, but there's no other regulations for it.
So the plastic bags that they were charging for, what's?
Yeah, so there's a charge, they have to charge for the bags, but it's the 2.75 milliliter thick plastic bags that we see.
Mm-hmm. Well, as I pointed out to you before, I think it's important to make sure that we have the alternate resources for the businesses so they have something that's affordable so they can do it right. And I think most people will participate when they have the resources or the products they can use that are reliable. You mentioned that some of their suppliers don't have it, but others do, but don't stop here. So let's find out who those people are, stop them, find out if it's pricing, it's fair, and get to the next step. So I agree with Councilmember Burns on that. We have to take it step by step. We need to make sure it's fair. We need more participation and more willingness to adopt it. What we don't want to happen is just people complaining about everything again. It's just, people need to understand this is their world. It's our world. And we need to do the right things. And but we need to help them get there by having the right information. Okay? Do we have any speaker cards?
We do have someone on Zoom, Thomas Lopez. We will unmute you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, this is Thomas Lopes. How are y'all doing? I appreciate the comments from the lady. I actually sell raw materials and chemicals for a living. And one of the things we need to keep in mind on a business level is that phthalates, which starts with a P, they're all made in China and they got taken away. The chemical that we use, DOTP, DOP, DOA, all of those, DINP, okay, that makes plastic is been stripped away from China, okay? And it's literally gone up 5 times in the last 3 months. So I agree that we need to worry about our health, but this becomes a strain on our community as far as restaurants because they were told that they need to have disposable forks, spoons, knives, whatever you want to call it. So I just want you to take that in consideration. We need more paper than we do plastic. And what that means is that we have to transition to getting back to washing forks and spoons that are metal with soap and water like we used to. I know that is a little different than we've lived in the last maybe year and a half or so, but something for you to take into account, because the restaurants and businesses can't keep spending at this rate due to chemicals and raw materials. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So tonight you're looking for direction on your next steps. How does the council feel as far as directions? I heard Councilmember Burns asking for more outreach to some of the other businesses. I agree. I'd like to see, make sure there's products that are fair as far as comparison to pricing. I think those are the first steps. Once we have that, then we can have that conversation with a lot of these businesses. Start with those that want to participate, see if it's successful. And if it is, then we encourage the others to move with that also, rather than demanding something change right up front. That would be my view on it. The council has other views? We're okay with that? Okay.
Thank you.
That'll be the direction. Did we have any comment cards on it? Oh, he spoke already. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. We'll now move to G4.
Thank you, Mayor. So the next item, council will receive an oral report from Ms. Carrie Wagner from Wallace Group on whether we should authorize the extension of the sanitary sewer system to the Sila Vista complex. So we ask that staff recommends that the city council receive the oral report and discuss the matter and provide direction to staff. You can let Carrie in.
Thank you, sir. I do have several comments on this. It'll go back to the conversations through LAFCO about making sure first that the community is annexed into the city. I think it's very important that we have that. And if they are annexed into the city, that they also pay the CFDs for the fire and police, because right now they are not.
Correct.
And I think if we could do that, then we could, I believe we can work with them. They are right next to one of the new projects. But I think that's the first step in making sure that we have a tax sharing agreement. We annex, we have the CFDs into it. They have an HOA there, so they're going to maintain their, as they currently are, I would assume.
Correct.
And then make sure that somewhere we're not holding any other liability in there that's going to come back and get us in the future.
Yeah. I would say Carrie has a quick presentation for the council, so if it's okay, council, we'll have Carrie go ahead and start.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, fantastic. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff. My name is Carrie Wagner. I'm with Wallace Group, and I have been working for a long time with the city of Hollister. I prepared your sewer master plan. I also work for the county of San Benito. They hired Wallace Group to evaluate the Cielo Vista wastewater treatment plant back in March of this year. Do I have control of the slides or no? Yes, thank you. So tonight, I just want to talk a little bit about the background of CSA 22, give you an overview of the condition assessment that Wallace Group did on the wastewater treatment plant, identify the options that are being presented to the HOA, the constituents of the Cielo Vista, and then talk about next steps. Next slide. So as you know, CSA 22, Cielo Vista, it has 76 parcels. It was established in 1987. The county provides numerous services to the area, which also include wastewater collection and treatment. Next slide. Wallace Group in March of 2021 was hired to complete a condition assessment of the wastewater treatment plant and provide recommendations to the county. We identified significant deficiencies in the existing wastewater treatment plant, which will require upgrades in the near future. The report, which you have in your staff agenda, details out several deficiencies within the wastewater treatment plant. The facility has received 4 notice of violations since May 2005, and it's received 45 Category 1 effluent violations since March 2016, which are primarily due to salt and to total suspended solids. The regional board is also issuing new waste discharge orders to all small systems, to all wastewater treatment systems in the region, Cielo Vista being one of them. They will potentially be modifying their discharge limits, which will trigger additional upgrades. The county has done spot inspections on the collection system, and it is currently flowing well. But the county is going to be working with a local CCTV contractor to complete full line cleaning and CCTV inspection to ensure that the system is up to standards. We identified through the condition assessment a couple of options for the HOA. One is to continue to recommend enforcement of the HOA's ban on residential water softeners, which is common throughout the Hollister area, ensuring that options to reduce the salt loading within both the domestic, your city, as well as in Cielo Vista. The alternative A that we identified was to replace the existing wastewater treatment plant with a membrane bioreactor facility. This would construct a new MBR, 30,000 gallons per day, which is what the size of their facility is, and provide upgrades to their disposal system. We estimated a cost to this completion of $5.7 million. Alternative B was to demolish the existing wastewater treatment plant and connect to the city sewer. In 2010 and in 2018, when Wallace Group did your sewer master plan, we evaluated this connection, as we knew that Roberts Ranch would eventually come through, and that was that provided a connection point for Cielo Vista. There were minimal impacts from this connection. The one identified capital improvement project was on Cushman Street, which was largely an existing CIP, but the future impacts of this development, as well as other future development, does require an upgrade on Cushman Street. We have subsequently, now that Roberts Ranch is in construction, we have verified that the easement is available and that the sewer connection from Cielo Vista through Roberts Ranch is available and adequate. Meaning that we can flow by gravity from Cielo Vista into Roberts Ranch into the city's sewer collection system. Cielo Vista is within the sphere of influence, but as Mr. Mayor had identified, it is not currently annexed into the city. The annexing, or for them to be served by the city, we know that this would require a connection fee. The cost for the alternative B, including the city connection fee, is $1.2 million. That doesn't include the cost share for the Cushman Street, which we would have to identify and work out with the city. Next slide. So what are the next steps? The county is to complete the CCTV inspection, provide the city with the inspection report, and discuss with the city if there are any identified deficiencies that need to be addressed, meaning are there sags in the line or offset joints, something that needs spot repairs, so that the city is not taking over a collection system that's not up to par. We would need to identify the timing for the completion of the Cushman CIP. So we would want to remodel the sewer model and identify when that Cushman CIP needs to be completed. If it needs to be completed as part of the upgrade, then we would want to move forward with that, or it could fall in line still with the city CIPs. The city council would approve the authorization to connect to the city and provide sanitary sewer service to the 76 homes, including maintenance of the sewer collection system, barring any additional requirements that the council might present tonight. And then lastly, that the county would then design the sewer main to connect the facilities and decommissioning of the wastewater treatment plants. With that, I can answer any questions that the council might have.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have any questions. Thank you. I think your presentation was quite thorough, and I appreciate that. I do have a comment, though. I would echo the mayor's thoughts that were a prelude to the presentation, and definitely in my mind, probably the very first thing I would want to see would be an annexation of the property, and so I could support it with the other factors, but for me, that would be the highest priority in my mind. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So yeah, I was a little bit confused, Carrie. I'm used to seeing you with us, but it's my understanding after your presentation that you're contracted with the county as well. So you're here on behalf of the county.
For tonight, yes, that is correct. As you know, I'm kind of known as, one of the wastewater specialists in the area. So yes, the county did hire Wallace Group to evaluate that wastewater treatment plant. And I am coming here on behalf of the county, knowing that I do have a great understanding of the city's wastewater collection system.
Perfect. Okay, so thanks for clarifying that. Yeah, it sounds like, well, oftentimes, just in my own opinion, honestly, is that the county's growth doesn't really align with the city's growth. Recently, I think it's starting to slow down a little bit and change, but they've approved some some sprawl projects. So it seems like they got themselves into a little bit of a pickle with this one, is what I'm understanding. But I too would support it if they were to follow the recommendations by the previous two speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Carrie, I do have another question. It's concerning the upgrade on the pipe on Cushman from 15-inch to 18-inch. I read in the report that it would be able to accommodate the flow from Cielo Vista and from Ridgemark. So what exactly does that mean? Does that mean we're going to be sizing it to take the waste from Ridgemark also to make sure this is correct?
Yeah, that would actually be, that's one of the reasons why I said in the next steps is we would want to reevaluate the Cushman upgrade. I have not reevaluated that line in the sewer model to evaluate whether or not the Cielo Vista flow would trigger that upgrade or additional future flow from when we originally back in 2010 looked at the sewer master plan. One of the evaluations that staff requested Wallace Group to look at was potentially bringing Ridgemark into the collection system. After the sewer master plan was completed, that was Ridgemark went in a different direction and they upgraded their own wastewater treatment plant. And so that option actually got taken off of the table. So the Cushman upgrade has stayed on there as a pipeline to watch, but it's not been a requirement, and it would need to be reevaluated if the future development was identified and brought forward. So one of the things that we would want to do is reevaluate your wastewater flows, reevaluate the flows that would come from Cielo Vista, any other development that, Roberts Ranch, the developments that have been approved in the area, and just make sure that to see if whether or not that 15-inch line can maintain capacity at the current city standards, or if we would want to propose to upgrade it to 18-inch, which is the next size up. And then that would provide additional capacity as needed. It would not necessarily include, capacity for Ridgemark. That would be up to your city's direction at a future date. But that is not really on the table anymore, as Ridgemark, as you know, has upgraded their own wastewater treatment plant.
Thank you. I just want to make sure if we're going to do it, we do it right one time only. They're currently, as you know, doing a project right there on Cushman. And the street is, I think they've cut into the street to do some other utilities. So if that were to be done, it should be done soon. And also I want to make sure that your numbers, I think you said 1.5 million? 1.2? Your numbers are reflecting what the possible increase on the sewer connection fees will be once our study's done on that part.
Correct. That the 1.2 is using what is currently your connection fee. If there is a modification to the connection fee prior to the Cielo Vista agreement, then obviously the connection fee would be per whatever your connection fee is at the time of the agreement.
Perfect. Thank you.
But estimating right now is based on the current connection fee.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Do we have any other comments or questions?
Oh, yeah. Your water resources or where are you getting your water for the Cielo Vista? Is that all from your, what do you, what I guess what I'm getting at is, it says in here that you guys are going to be checking all the houses to make sure that the saltwater systems are gone?
Correct. So I believe, actually, you cannot quote me on who the water purveyor is for Cielo Vista. I apologize.
Yeah,
It's
it's gonna be
Sunny
Sunny Slope
Slope, right?
Water.
Is it Sunny Slope Water? I thought it was Sunny Slope, but I wasn't 100% sure. So Sunny Slope Water District, I actually, subsequent to the study that is presented to you on March 31st, I actually got updated TDS levels, which is the total dissolved solids, which is the number that we're looking for that identifies whether or not there is a high salt loading or not.
Yes.
And actually, for 2020, their salt loading was only at 510 milligrams per liter, which is actually quite low for the region. So I actually would kind of rescind that comment of the TDS being an issue. That area is, we would want to re-verify that the self-regenerating water softeners are no longer present in there, but I do not believe that to be an issue.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards on this?
We do have two commenters on Zoom. The first one is Elias Salinas. We will unmute you.
Thank you. So just to be clear, this project is not something new to San Benito County. This project has been on there. I think pretty close to 30 years that project has been out there. So it's not like a new development. You have two options, 1 and 2, and obviously the 1.2 is the better option of the two. And this is money that's going to be paid by the CSA. It's not something that I want to confirm that it's not money that's going to be paid by the city or the county. This is something that's being incurred by the development, the housing out there that's there. Also, are you stating that tonight you would not approve any of this unless you amended to say that you're going to have them come into the city? And I'm tired, I'm sorry, I can't even think of the word right now. Annex into the city. I mean, that's not part of what the conversation is today. Is that something, and it can't be done today, you got to go back to them. So today obviously is important, without having to delay any further, is to go ahead and approve, and I would approve option 2. Again, I said the 1.2 million over the 5 million. And just to confirm, the speaker, if the council can ask her to confirm, to verify or clarify to the audience that's listening that the money's not going to be coming from the city or the county. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Thomas Lopez. We will unmute you. Go ahead.
Yes, hello, you there?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, just speaking to the woman before last, for waste management. The waste management, where are we, what's the pipeline that we're using right now? Is it polyvinyl chlorate, which is a chloride process, so it's PVC, right, pipe? Or is it steel and galvanized? I'm not sure. But if we're running PVC, that also jumped 5 times in the last 2 months. And so it's going to cost a lot of money to maintain. Just a question for her, and I'll leave that there.
Thank you, sir.
There are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I think obviously the new construction, they're using the new plastic pipe. Down the line, it's a whole different story. So yes, costs have increased, and part of what we were talking about is making sure we have the correct cost by the time it gets to the point of us making a decision. This is not to make a decision tonight. It's about giving guidance. I think what we heard here tonight, first step is making sure annexation can happen first, And then with that would be the CFDs for the police, fire. They have their own HOA, and make sure there's no other fees that the city would inquire because of the CSAs that are currently out there. We're making sure that's only for the sewer treatment currently. So those are just financial things we need to look at so we make sure we're covered. And then again, with the current rates that will be updated very soon. That be correct, sir?
Correct. We have our guidance.
That's the guy. Is there a consensus with Councilmember? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you all.
We're going to now move to G5.
The next 3 items will be from me, so let me just get ready. Okay, so this item, G5, is the city clerk's office received a request from Councilmember Burns to display the breast cancer awareness flag at City Hall during the month of October 2021. So staff is seeking direction on whether to authorize this request.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Mr. Burns, do you want to make any comments?
Thank you, Mayor. It's no secret that I've been an advocate for this almost since the beginning of the flag policy, and I would still like to move it forward. I'm proposing to fly the traditional awareness flag. Acting chief from our fire department has indicated that they have have one of those that could be available if I can't pull it off and get one soon enough. If approved by council, I'm prepared to buy the flag on my own expense and donate it to the city of Hollister. I'm looking to go with a reputable flag company, and hopefully I can get one soon enough. But if not, it sounds like the fire department's got my back to have one in time for October. I know it's a quick turnaround, and I'm prepared to donate that flag to the city, knowing that this will be a annual recommendation and request before council for the month of October. I think it's the appropriate month, and so I would hope my colleagues would support me in this request. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
No problem. Thank you, sir. Is there any other comments, questions?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, is it going to be the pink one, the pink ribbon? What do you mean by the traditional one? Is it the purple?
The one I'd propose to buy is actually, it's produced by a reputable flag manufacturer called Gettysburg. And I was looking at the one, and it's white with a pink ribbon, which is the traditional as I understand it. So that would be my recommendation. But if others on council feel otherwise, I'm certainly open to that. It's more about the principle in my case.
Okay. And then just a suggestion, maybe you can get one on Amazon. That's where I got the flags typically. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can get it in a couple days. So I think it's a 3 foot by 5 foot is where I normally get my flags, and I get them on Amazon. So you might want to look there because it delivers in 2 days. So yeah, I definitely support this. Thank you for bringing it forward, sir.
Thank you. Any public comment?
We do. We do have a couple comments on Zoom. The first is Stephanie Castro. We will unmute you.
Yes, hi. I'm not sure how this is going to align with the thin blue line flag flying. That was already approved for next month. It went through the whole process. It got the 100 signatures, and you approved it. So how is the breast cancer awareness flag going to fly also? If this was proposed under the old guidelines, then where are the 100 signatures? Where is the image of the flag that's going to be flown? Where is all the paperwork on this? You don't even have a new policy proposed because you rescinded your last policy, which this falls under. So you have no policy in place. So how is this going to fly, literally and figuratively? You already approved the thin blue line for next month. Okay, we've already talked about this. It's first come, first served basis. The thin blue line was first. It got approved. It's going to fly. It should fly solo because the breast cancer awareness, as much as I am for that, obviously, I mean, I'm a woman. It happens to women, happens to men. You know, it's, you know, I have friends and family who have had it and people who are going through it now and will probably die. So I'm all for it, but you have to follow the process, your own process. And there was no application for this ever, actually. Yes, I think it's a great proposal. Of course it is. It's a great proposal, but you have to follow your protocol. And when this was brought to our attention, it was under your old guidelines. So how do you plan to implement this flag? Under the old policy, the new policy? There is no new policy. Which policy is this gonna fly? It doesn't make sense. You already approved the thin blue line for next month, and that is the one that's gonna fly. So I'm not sure how you intend to fly this one. It doesn't make sense. You have to follow your policies. You can't just overstep them and just because you want it and you think it's a good cause. Of course it is. Nobody's denying that, but first come, first serve. There's a time stamp. The application was time stamped. Where's this application? Where are the 100 signatures? Where is the image of the flag? Where is the application? Where are all those hoops that you made everyone else go through? Where are all of those? This is an already done deal. The thin blue line is flying next month. You should not be flying this on the same pole because there's no application that was involved in this one. So think about it.
Thank you.
Think about it.
Okay, the next speaker we have on Zoom is Thomas Lopez. We will unmute you. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I'm gonna, you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm gonna echo what she just said, which the officers that serve our community deserve respect. And it's too long that they haven't had respect. And I'm gonna ask you a really hard question, Mr. Mayor. You marched down Black Lives Matter down the street of Hollister and then immediately declared a COVID-19 outbreak. To those restaurants and small businesses that you helped march, okay? You didn't have a mask on, by the way. And so here's the issue. I lost my aunt to breast cancer. I've had my ex-wife, mother-in-law, she also had breast cancer. But you need to start holding up the people that defend people from evil. And those people are my friends. They are cops, they are sheriffs, they are DEA, they are DOA. They are great people. Just get it together and please represent them and salute the flag to the blue line. I'm gonna just yield back with that, and
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate you guys this time. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is Elia Salinas. We will unmute you. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate Councilman Burns for bringing this issue up, and I did speak a while back when we were talking about the flags that October is also for firefighters month as well, and they do fundraising and sell T-shirts, pink T-shirts for breast awareness and that. So I would not at this time, but maybe next year you consider also including the fire department and the flag that they have with regards to firefighter awareness. And I know that Councilman Vice Mayor Resendez was saying something about the color. The color is pink. The purple is for domestic violence, which also is in October. So maybe sometime next year, something about splitting that. And so I think it's a great idea, and thank you for bringing it forward. I think I'm sure the council will explain to the speakers with regards to the thin blue line that was approved by you and that'll take place next year and not in October, but next year in May. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers, Mr.
Any
Mayor.
other questions, comments?
I
Councilmember
do,
Burns?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Burns first, and then we'll go to you, sir.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to be clear, we are going to fly the thin blue flag beginning October 1st, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
And so, but I also want to be clear that that pole was designed for one or more flags, and I don't want to get into an argument or a confrontation or even necessarily a conversation. I have no sense that it needs that the breast cancer awareness flag needs to fly above the thin blue line flag. I'm absolutely fine with it flying beneath it as it's a secondary request, and recognizing that council moved tonight to rescind the flag policy. This request, I believe, would be consistent with the current policy, which is in essence to bring it before council. Am I correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to set the record straight. And so again, I'm fine, and I do believe that the unity pole has the ability to fly more than one flag. And also, I did have a conversation with our fire chief regarding moving forward with the thin red line flag next year in 2022. And so you can count on myself or others in our community hopefully bringing this forward because I believe that's equally as important. So thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Resendez?
Yeah, thank you. I was just thinking maybe it would be a nice gesture to invite law enforcement down, fire department down, have them each hoist up the flags if they're willing to do that. And then it can also start as like as a kickoff for the campaign. What is it? Not campaign. What is it? The fundraising event that the fire department does as well. We can just maybe market it that way and get the public out there. I think it would be a nice gesture if and we're able to do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Do you want to respond? The gentleman made a comment about, well, two comments one from the gentleman, one from the person before. As Mr. Burns pointed out, we rescinded the policy tonight. The way flags will go up now is through a request from the city council that was approved tonight as far as since the old policy was removed. Going back to the BLM March, absolutely I marched proudly in the BLM March. And I was very proud of our entire community for being there, being involved. I was very proud of our police department and how they handled it and how they they work with our community. Nobody is perfect, but our community does a darn good job at coming together. And to be clear, I was wearing a face cover. The only time a face cover was not on me was when I was speaking. And afterwards, I did not declare an emergency to shut down the entire city. It was actually, that happened before that point. And again, we worked well as a community to get through that. We're still fighting it. Unfortunately, we've lost more citizens in the last few weeks in our community, which we shouldn't have. But we're gonna get through it as a community, and I'm happy to support the flying of this flag also. With that, is there a consensus to move forward with this item?
Yes, on my part there is.
We're going with the third consensus, correct? Yes? Thank you. We're going to now move to item 6, G6.
Okay. All right. That's me again. This item is requesting that council create and appoint 2 members to an ad hoc committee to review and recommend improvements and enhancements for the community. It would be a community beautification ad hoc. So just looking for 2 members of council that would want to do this.
Thank you. I did bring this forward. Let me step back for a second. Is there a consensus to continue? It's now past 10 o'clock. We were having so much fun, I didn't even see it.
There
a
is on my
consensus?
part.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Burns. I did ask for this item to come forward. There are a lot of areas that we all agree need to be beautified. Weeds, cars on lawns, just things that we all need to work together to make our city beautiful. And we all know it is a great place to live. So I asked Mr. Burns if he'd be willing to work with me. He has so much experience with code enforcement. His knowledge would be very helpful to start getting things done. And I'm looking forward to working on this ad hoc, if that's all right with the council, to move forward. And let's start getting some of these things done, some of the landscaping done. Parks are looking much better. And thanks to our rec department, so many good things are already starting to happen. And I can see within a year, we're going to have a whole different city here. And we're going to be very, very proud of it. So that's what I'm asking for tonight, if that's all right with Mr. Burns, first off.
Mayor, I'd be pleased to be involved. I'd also, if another council member wants to, I'm fine with that as well. But I also want to say I am highly, highly encouraged by the comments you made earlier about Caltrans being willing to give us control of the Highway 25 through our city. I think that's remarkable progress. And so I'd be pleased to, but if another council member wants to, I would absolutely be willing to let them as well.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
I'm fine with yourself and Councilmember Burns. Thank you.
Is there a consensus on this? I see a consensus. Okay. Thank you. Consensus on that item.
Mayor, if it's okay. So when I have a meeting with COG, I will forward that information to both of you.
Thank you. They're ready for you, by the way. Caltrans District 5 is ready. So we'll move on now to item G7.
Just wondering, it looks like we maybe have somebody who wants to make comment on
Oh,
that.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
skipped over that. Go ahead, step back.
Elia Salinas, do you want to make comment on the beautification committee?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I'd just like to know the difference between beautifying the city of Hollister, why that it wouldn't be that part of the general plan. And then I know you were talking about abatement and weeds and cars. There's already ordinance for that. So isn't that just part of enforcing the ordinance to clear, you got the fire department that takes care of the weeds and they send out letters, and then then you got to go to court or charge them if they don't do what they're supposed to do. Same thing for cars. So why is there a need for an ad hoc committee if something is already in place? The only thing that I can see is if in the general plan you're not including the beautification of parks. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. And you brought up a really good question, and a good example of that. You're pointing out some of the empty lots that the fire department does take care of once a year. The question is, should we be waiting once a year? We're going to be working together to find ways to keep those properties clean and looking better throughout the entire year, so the public doesn't have to see trash all over our property or weeds up 3-4 feet before that finally gets cut down. We're looking for ways to work with our staff on some of the rules we do have to make sure that these things are getting done in a way that is fair to our residents and, again, beautifies the community. This is why we're talking about this. Thank you. Now we're going to move to...
Oh,
do we have another?
We have one more.
Oh, we did have another one.
Thomas Lopez.
Okay.
Oh, oops, sorry. Go ahead, Thomas.
Go ahead, Mr. Lopes. You're on mute, sir.
Sorry about that.
That's
you there?
okay.
Yeah, I appreciate you telling me that. Question for you. I was in Huntington Beach and I moved to Phoenix during COVID and then came back to my hometown. My question to you is, you're talking about trash and litter. I also know that we've been in Huntington Beach, we had bobbers, and That's what we call them down there. And they were hypodermic needles from San Francisco. So I am very well of trash. I'm wondering, what are we going to do? Because when I came back to this city and I found all of the trash and litter and seeing homelessness, like I've never seen homelessness like this on our streets. What is your plan? And that I'll just leave it there.
Well, that'd be a different conversation, sir, because we're not talking about the homeless. I can tell you I've been working for quite a while trying to get solutions for homeless. When I first became mayor, there was a large homeless problem. That's 8 years ago. And I pointed that out when many said there's no homeless here. I said, no, you need to go look behind some bushes. Many homeless here, lots of trash, needles, and so on. Since then, we now have a homeless shelter, and we're moving forward and helping them, as I mentioned early in the meeting today. A lot of partners in making that happen. It just doesn't happen with one agency. It's several partners making the changes, and that's what we're working on here. And that's part of this beautification plan, too, is making sure some of these areas stay clean. Thank you, sir. Is that the last speaker?
There are no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We will now move to item G7.
Okay, that's also me. So this item, consider amendments to the code section of the Hollister Muni Code, Chapter 2.04. Staff requests that City Council consider amending this chapter to add language regarding campaign finance reform, as well as requiring that candidates sign the acknowledgement form. What this means is basically we adopted a resolution putting limits on campaign contributions, but we're seeking direction on whether you want to make an amendment to the city code regarding that, as well as all city council members and commissioners, I believe, have to sign an acknowledgement about that whole chapter regarding city council conduct. And we're also asking if you would like candidates to sign something when they run for office, acknowledging that they've read that part of our city code. And also this item is for if you want to make any other changes to that section of the city code as you guys discuss these options, and just give us direction on whether we should come back. It would take an ordinance to amend city code, so whatever amendments you want to make, we would have to come back with a first and second reading of an ordinance, and that's it.
So just to be clear, so the rules, I think this item, it was not so much about campaign finance, that's already been approved from the city side. What this was about was to make sure candidates running for office are following the same rules as council members, that being mutual respect for each other, not doing things that criticizing or attacking each other, following the same rules we're following. I think that's what this was about.
Okay.
And blending it together in one document is what was, I think, proposed. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so I thought it was just about signing the acknowledgement myself.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
everybody's
Yeah.
acknowledging they're following the rules also.
Yeah, that's what my understanding.
So they can't say, well, I didn't sign any rules, so I can call anybody I want names and so on. So this is just to blend those together, making sure that everyone understands they're on the same page. Councilman Burns, did you have a comment?
Yeah, actually, I did. I'm all for this, signing this, for supporting them, everybody signing the acknowledgement. I do have issues with the capital, the cap on the campaign contributions. I think it's not level. It's not fair to some constituents. That's like myself. It's like, you know what? I didn't get a lot of. Most of mine were lower contributions. Until after I won. But I don't know. You know what? I just don't feel like it's a fair process to put a limit of just $250. I like the transparency. The other issue I have, which I don't even know, should I even be talking about this now? Because we're just voting on the acknowledgement, correct?
I mean, it mentions campaign finance reform, so maybe I misunderstood, but.
It's in the rules. I think they put them together under the same rules.
Oh, okay.
Because I think campaign finance was over here, the rules were over here.
But it was all
Puts it
together.
all
That's
together.
the other part that
Correct.
was weird to me. But yeah. So I'm just not comfortable with just $250. I love the transparency. The other thing, the minimum of reporting everything. So basically, from my understanding, if someone gives me a bottle of water, I'm going to have to record that because that's over $1. No?
No, monetary.
This is all just monetary. So, I don't see. I think the FPPC, their rules, they pretty much cover all this. The transparency, I guess, it's not that big of a deal to me. But the issue I have was just with the $250 cap. That's my biggest issue with this. I'd like for us to amend this resolution to raise it to. What are most cities? Do they have a cap?
That tends to be all over the map, Councilmember Perez. I'm not sure that we could create, I'm not sure that I could answer what the average is in different cities around the state of California. There's a great deal of diversity on that.
Yeah, it's like, what does it matter how much, I mean, if we put $1,000, I mean, I don't even see why put a cap on it, but it's like, even if you put $1,000 cap, I think it's more, what I gather from this amended resolution is basically we want to know who's giving you the money, not how much you're getting. But now it's like, who's giving it to you, and I don't want them to give you too much. And I don't think that's appropriate for campaigns, because some people are more financially prepared to support themselves through this campaign process than others. And if we're going to put caps on stuff, why don't we put a cap on how much you can spend total and make it fair across the whole playing field? So those are my things. But as far as the actual acknowledgement, I'm all for that.
Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I try and stay out of this world, but I'm going to hazard to go there tonight. Just a what-if scenario. Certainly there are consequences for council members when they're in violation of the ordinance. Having said that, if I'm a candidate and I refuse to sign the acknowledgement, what is the consequence as far as, does that mean we will not give them election papers to run, or is it more of a philosophical thing where, okay.
That was actually going to be my question, was if I could get clarification on what happens if they don't sign it, or would there be a box that just says, I do consent to this, or I do not, and so we have to keep a record of maybe I do or do not consent to this?
Right, and I recall.
Is that just kept on file with their election paperwork?
Because during the election that I ran in most recently, there was a form I signed that said I will comply with the fair political practices, and I will play nicely. And I chose to sign it because that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
But I wasn't required to sign it, and it didn't mean that I still couldn't run for election. And frankly, I don't know. I also think it then transferred over to the San Benito County Elections Office, where they indicated that you either did or did not, but there didn't seem to be a consequence to it. Philosophically, I agree 100% with this, and I would hope any candidate will as well. But, and I'm willing to agree to this tonight, even for a philosophical reason, but sometimes I worry that we create things that then creates a challenge that there's no real action that can happen. And I don't know. And Mr. Epperson, I don't know if you have a sense for this, or if this is just more of a philosophical thing that we're discussing here.
Well, describing it as a philosophical thing is not an incorrect matter. What we have essentially is asking the candidates to acknowledge that they've read it and received it, and which, if the council wants to do more than that and actually put in some sort of action in the event that they refuse to, that's something that's going to have to be done very carefully, and we can explore that. It's not something that can just be thrown out there and as a regular rule without going through a lot more hoops.
Thank you for the clarification. Again, I think that I don't know anybody that wouldn't say that they've received it, they've read it, because just by receiving it and reading it doesn't necessarily imply that they agree with it. And then their actions will certainly, be the evidence that either they did or they didn't agree with it. But at that point, it just feels like it's a philosophical thing to me, and hopefully, future leaders want to play nice together and be kind through the process. So, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Sir, and I think that's a really good point you're making. I think most start off their campaigns and they want to work or run in a campaign that's honorable. I think you're absolutely right to try to lay down a law on some of the rules, not the financial ones, but some of the other rules. It's a little more difficult. That could be something where it's a censure or something else, that somebody's running for office and coming over and calling everybody names and different things, and we say, hey, the public is allowed to know that this person is just not behaving nicely. That's one way to do it, a censure. As far as campaign contributions, you're the perfect example. Both of you are great examples of campaigns that were run without really outside dollars, and that's what we want in a small community. We want that participation locally. We don't want here's $1,000, do me right later, and not that it's a bribe, but it's just not right, and it shouldn't be. I mean, you guys did great campaigns, and it works. We proved it works. One of the people I ran for supervisor was outspent by 10 times. 10 times. $100,000 compared to $10,000. All of that money was from out of town. That's not right. But he won because he worked the streets and walked, and I think you said you wore out a pair of shoes, right? We all did it. And that's what campaigns should be about in our community, because once that happens, nobody's going to come over and tell you owe them a favor. You're going to say, I don't owe you anything. I wore out a pair of shoes to win this race, and don't ever tell me that again. So that's the whole purpose. Keep it fair, keep it honest here in our community, and I think we're going to see the results of that.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I thought some good points were brought up. Councilmember Burns said, is it philosophical? Like, in a sense it is, right? But I do agree that with the mayor that in extreme cases, we have to have some type of enforcement, some type of regulation, right? And that's why I brought it up, because I saw some things I was pretty concerned about. And I think in our essence, what we can do is only censure somebody. Like, that's pretty much it. That's what we can do, is censure somebody. Maybe send a letter or a complaint to FPCC. We can do that, or you can do that on an individual basis. Anybody can do that. It's just like, but I think it is the right thing to do. I think that it needs to apply to all the candidates, not just us up here. We have to hold them to that standard, and I hope that they would follow those rules, and it does say something when we take action on it, when we say this is what we expect, this is the standard we hold ourselves to, and we hope that you would too. So definitely support that. And then Councilmember Perez brought up a good point about gifts. Like, the FPCC does have monetary contributions as far as gifts, right? Does everybody follow that? I mean, I don't know. Like, I've been offered like concert tickets. Does that get reported on your forms when you go to a concert? There's gifts, and this happened with other council members that I know didn't get reported. You get tickets to things, you get invited to events. You've got to, if you're really interested, in my opinion, if you're really for the cause and you really want to support them, then put your own money into buying a ticket to go to that event or to that concert. Don't just go because you're getting a free ticket. And if you are getting a free ticket, it needs to be reported. Not only for us sitting up here, like that's the law for us, but I think it should apply to the candidates as well, right? And then I'm not going to even get into the discussion about, we've already been through it, about campaign finance. It's you know, I don't know what else to say about it. I think you guys covered it pretty well. It levels the playing field. It does give certain people an advantage, and it really helps to lower the influence of outside special interests that have a financial interest in the dealings of our city council. What else is there to say, you know? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I was just looking at the attachment 1, which is the section of the city code. On page 9 of that attachment, sorry I don't have the packet page number, but under 2.04.040, where it says implementation, it says Hollister Municipal Code Chapter 2.04 is intended to be self-enforcing and is an expression of standards or conduct for members expected by the city. And then it goes on to say, this document shall be included in the regular orientations for candidates for council, city treasurer, city clerk, applicants to board and commissions, newly elected and appointed officials. Members entering office shall sign a statement, example below, which just says, I affirm that I have read and understand this section. And then that council will periodically review this and update it as necessary. So I was just wondering, would council like to make an amendment to that paragraph there that says that candidates running for office, just regardless of whether they win or not, just need to sign saying that they have read and understand it, and then that's not like an oath that they're gonna follow it, but it's just an acknowledgement that they read it. And would that be the best way to incorporate this into our code, just by
Mr.
adding
Mayor.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I don't know where the language is either, Nova. I brought it up to Jason and Christine that the candidates will be provided a copy. I don't feel comfortable with that because that basically says, here's a copy, but it doesn't necessarily say that they should follow this. So I'd like to change that language as well.
According to her recommendation, you're saying?
Yes.
And I think so. I think Mr. Burns made that comment. I've read these rules, and if they choose not to follow them, I'm sure their opponent's going to take advantage of that pretty quickly and say this person won't follow the rules and they're not even in office yet. What do you think they're going to do once they're in office? So I think that's a good recommendation.
Okay, so is there consensus
How do you all feel?
to add language to that particular section that adds anyone running for office?
That would be my recommendation, also to take out the language that says they're just going to be provided a copy. Because it doesn't say they need to follow it. It's like, oh, here's a copy, but it doesn't say that they need to follow it. So
It doesn't say to anyone to follow it, actually. It just says this document will be included, so given to candidates, and then they'll sign the statement just acknowledging to read and understand. So is there any amendment you want to make to that language saying read, understand, and will follow, or just leave it as is as far as that goes?
I think we ask people to sign that they have read it and they're going to follow the rules. Because that, again, once that happens, if they choose to break the rules, no, we can't punish them, but the public deserves to know that somebody's already breaking all the rules up front.
And then should I assume that this applies to everyone, city council, city treasurer, city clerk, boards and commissions, newly elected, and say those running for office or something?
My recommendation would be absolutely. Also, I'm sorry, I feel like I'm just cutting in. I just remembered something. I don't know if the commissioners have been given this information. It needs to be given to them. Yeah, it needs to be given to them because anyway, I don't want to talk about it publicly, but it needs to be given to them. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I would actually ask that the city clerk's office work with the city attorney's office to coin the appropriate language, knowing what the direction of council has been. And again, I don't think it's going to be that complicated. It could be
Yeah.
it could be a paragraph of several words, but I don't think it needs to be very complicated. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And of course, whatever we come up with the city attorney, it's going to come to council for first reading, second reading. So changes could be made during the first reading, right, Jason?
Right, changes that are not major changes,
Not
but
major.
changes that are more stylistic and such. And I think you've given really good direction. I think that we can work that out and figure out something that is very close to the exact language that you would want.
Okay, so I just have one more thing, because the second attachment to the staff report is the campaign finance reform resolution. So does council want to add a paragraph somewhere in this chapter of the code that references that we have this resolution? Or do we want to put that in there at all? I'm just confused why that was mentioned in the staff report.
I think it's more to make sure everybody's aware and they can't say, well, I didn't know about this code. They're signing off knowing the rules for our campaign to the financing. That would be correct, City Attorney?
I think that's exactly
acknowledge.
correct. And
We know these rules. I mean, clearly everybody knows them right now, but we want to make sure nobody says, well, I didn't know because I didn't know to look in this section.
Okay.
That's part of the package.
So Jason, we could talk about this later, but just really quick, would we just add something that just references that resolution?
exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good. So
Mr.
make a
Mayor.
note of that.
Go ahead, sir.
In that portion, can we add something about gifts that have a monetary value to them?
Personally, I would say we follow the FPPC on that one because they can enforce that. It's a little harder for us to enforce something different than that.
Okay.
Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Also, as I recall, one of the things that we're obligated to do is under the Form 700 report gifts, and we do that annually. And if you're on certain committees, you're required to do that as well. So again, I don't think there's a need to recreate the horse or the wheel here, I guess. But the other thing, again, I would presume that when you come in to pull election papers, that there would be an admonition by the city clerk staff at that time that, oh, incidentally, Tim, in addition to the conduct ordinance, we also have a clear policy as it relates to contributions, and so make yourself aware. I mean, when I've engaged the clerk's office, they've always been very, very informative, and they don't rush through anything. In some cases, they really emphasize it, and again, I think that, you know, it seems to me like it's not broken, and so I don't see a need to fix it beyond what you guys are already doing, because I think you do an amazing job.
Thank you. Yeah, the thing about gifts is covered under the Form 700 annually. You also have to do one when you pull papers, and then if you're elected, you do it again.
Right.
Then you do it annually. And then basically, when you're doing your, I'm losing my words.
460?
The campaign contribution disclosure forms while you're running for office. I mean, it says in the instructions that I believe you have to include gifts if they have a monetary value. So I don't know if it gets as specific as like, but although our resolution says anything over $1, so I suppose, I mean, if you did get a bottle of water that retail was $1, I mean, I don't know. But you could also just not accept it. You're not required to accept anything that's offered to you.
Yeah, so gifts, when you're talking about those things, those are in-kind contributions to your campaign. If somebody's giving you a bottle of water, that's not a in-kind contribution.
Okay.
What we're talking about is reporting your monetary contributions and the in-kinds. So
Okay.
bottled water would not fall into that.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be honest, I want to be careful what I'm saying because, of course, I can't give legal advice in open session. Let me say that if and when that situation arises, we can address it that way, but clearly that's not the type of situation.
Right.
If you're thirsty and someone hands you some water, I don't think anyone anticipated that being the type of situation where you suddenly have to write it down and report it.
You could always use a garden hose.
Right.
Like the old days.
Okay, so, all right, well, we'll just, I have my notes and I'll work with Jason and then we'll come back hopefully soon with the first reading with amendments. And I think that covers everything I needed, but it does look like we have public comments
Okay.
or at some point.
Let's go to public comments.
Public comments, okay. So on Zoom, we have Elias Salinas. We will go ahead and unmute you.
Thank you. I'll make it quick so I know you guys want to go home. With regards to the $1 contribution, that's kind of that's really silly. I'm going to use an example. If you have a contribution of $99 and under, you don't have to know who the person is. But now when you have someone that's going to contribute $1 and it happens to be a city employee and it happens to be donated to your opponent, now you got a problem. Because that has happened when an employee, a city employee, has had a campaign lawn sign, and now you know that employee had your opponent's law sign, and that has happened. So I really, really think you need to reconsider that. Also, I can see myself, and I think you guys can agree with me, is that I can write, and I would write 100 checks for $1 each, and that would be a lot of work for the city clerk to have to input all that information. So you really need to consider this. And the $250, I think it's really, really low. But here's the thing with that. You win a campaign by knocking on doors. You're absolutely right, Mayor. But also you yourself have name recognition, and other people don't have name recognition when they're just getting started on this. But they have to walk and knock on doors. You can lend yourself money, but if I don't have the money that you have, I won't have a chance to go buy all those signs that need to go on the lawns or need to go out on the road or whatever. So you're really restricting a candidate's ability when you do something like that. And one of the other things that you've not mentioned, or I did miss the meeting, what about independent expenditures? Because the contributions that can go through that are unlimited. So what are you going to do about that? Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Thomas. We will unmute you.
Yes, thank you for the time. Look, the spending, I'm gonna go down a road here, but follow the money. And I have a couple questions, and they're hard. One, Mr. Mayor, are you involved in the solar roofing industry here in Hollister?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Can you remind the speaker to address the council as a whole and not just individuals or attack individuals?
Feel free to ask questions, but not trying to point. And I'll be happy to answer that later.
Okay.
So it was yours.
Okay. The other thing is expenditures, right? As far as government official. My question to you on this point is, where are you guys? Okay, one, can I ask the question? Do you have a salary or do you get paid by hourly?
Here at the city?
Yeah.
Yeah, I get paid $500, and the council members get paid $300, $200. You get paid 400, and I didn't get a raise?
A month.
Darn it.
100 a week.
The reason I ask is somebody posted that you guys were getting paid $86,000.
This is why
Is that
we're
a false statement?
absolutely false statement.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify
Yeah.
because I was like, wow, that's a really high hourly rate of things, right?
Yes, it is.
So I wish I'd make that money. Anyways, on top of that, I want to appreciate all of you guys up on the board. If that's the case and you're only making $400 to $500, you're doing a heck of a job. Keep going. And we hope you make good decisions for this community.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, there are no more speakers.
Thank you. I'll go back and Ms. Salinas had a question about independent expenditure committees. We did address that in the way that in the future or now, independent expenditure committees have to report their top 10 donors for that campaign to make it more clear on who is really supporting them. I think independent expenditure committees are one of the worst things we could have. Unfortunately, at this point, the Supreme Court still views them as a person, which is wrong. But I think if a candidate is relying on independent expenditures, that should be the first candidate you write off as a person that's not ready for this job. As far as the other gentleman's comment about, do I do solar? Yeah, I do solar. I do electrical. I do a banquet facility. And the only thing I do here in town is my banquet facility. Solar is one of the things my clients have on some of the projects we do all throughout the Bay Area, throughout the state. And it's not the misinformation, unfortunately, that people like to spread in our community. And we definitely do not get paid $80,000 a year. Absolutely false. We're 300. I'm upset. I get 500 a year. That's all we get. We're here because we love our community, and you can't make the claim that we're here for the money. That's for dang sure. So, thank you very much. So, do we have a consensus? Are we good with?
Yeah, I think I got clear direction, and I'll work with Jason, and we'll come back with the ordinance.
Thank you. We got a consensus from council?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, everyone. HIJ&K, there is no business. Mr. Resendez, you wanted to adjourn the meeting in the name of one person that passed away from COVID.
I've got it. Yeah, I've got what I'm going to say to cover
Okay.
your request. So if my colleagues would support me in this, I would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Cy L. Nunez, who lost his battle a couple days ago to COVID-19, as well as all of the citizens of the city of Hollister that have lost their battle to COVID-19.
I'd like, if we could add Mr. Kenny Perez, who passed away a few weeks ago, also a good friend of many people in this community and person that started a lot of these cleanup projects and done good work. If we can add his name to it, sir.
I will definitely accept that. So Sael Nunez, Kenneth Perez, and then all of the citizens who have lost their battle to COVID-19 from the city of Hollister.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez? Yes. Councilmember Burns?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Resendez?
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and good night.
Good night, everyone.
Let's go spend our $80,000.
Recording stopped.
Well, we're supposed to go to the